do you write women so well?
I think of a man, and I take away reason and accountability.
Wasn't a feminist, I don't know what I would be, if that makes sense. Like, I don't really have like that's just all I know, I guess. And I guess I haven't really educated.
That actually makes sense.
You know what I mean?
Feminism is basically the air that we breathe, and it's the water we swim in, whether people know it or not. It's ingratiated in society. So you may not have any other position other than that. So if you say, I really don't know anything besides feminism, I believe you.
Thank you.
It's mainstream. Do you guys believe in the patriarchy?
But it's still a bad position. It's still like what you said, just saying.
And what is that? So what is the patriarchy?
It's patriarchy's and like men rule, right?
Mostly, right?
Men rule, women drool. Wait, what? Okay, that's it.
No, that was my fault.
Say it. Can you say the patriarchy is awesome?
It's not bad. It's not bad.
The patriarchy is awesome.
That one is for you, Good One Motorsports.
Target acquired.
Eagle 1, first strike. You have permission to engage the target.
Warning. The following video contains explicit language, which may be offensive to some viewers or inappropriate for children. The content within this video is intended for mature audiences only.
All right, here we are. Here we go. We must be here because that's where we are. How are you, Kat? How are you? Doing okay?
Good. How are you?
Good. I'm good. I'm a little behind the curve. Obviously, I was supposed to be in Nebraska. That did not happen for me, and so I've been playing catch up ever since. Especially since I basically tore my studio apart yesterday and then put it back together very quickly. And it was just great. It's great. Good times. I don't suggest it ever. Don't do that. It's bad. It's a bad plan. If you have a studio, leave it in one piece. And hey, we got Generally Specific in the chat tonight. I see a lot of really cool people out there tonight. I see Mr. Boulay has made it. Are We Not Men is in the house. Old Joe, look at you, man. Look at you. Viking Paradigm is back. That's high praise to keep him coming around. And Nick, we might have Nick on a little later after we get into the subject matter for tonight. My buddy Eugene actually wants to come back on and simp for you guys a little more. We'll see if that happens. And we got Chip and Flint, Siege D, all the normal crew. Chat, if anybody starts simping for Cat, just give them at least 30 seconds to a 2-minute timeout, just right out of the gate. Just nip it in the bud. Nip it in she's a married woman. And nip that shit in the bud. That's fucking funny. Max K, actually, you're right. Every time you go to Nebraska, it's just long, straight roads with lots of cornfields. That is fucking for sure. So I guess I owe a lot of explanations. I've said this last night. I got everything loaded up. I did extend. I shouldn't have, but I extended an hour. It took me a while to load up, so I didn't even leave until like 4:00 yesterday, 4:15, something like that. And on my way out of town, I took a path that would take me eventually straight to the interstate. And there was a massive wreck on a bridge over a river. And I just sat there and I kept expecting the emergency guys to start waving us through, and it's like 10 minutes go by, 15 minutes go by, 13 minutes, or 30 minutes go by. And I'm like, what the hell? This is nuts. And eventually the cops come over and I thought, okay, great, we're going to go. But no, they actually turned us around, which is a clusterfuck, because once the car's way back at the end, a half mile behind you, start seeing people start turning around, they all start turning around. And then you just got a fucking weird ass parking lot situation going on. And it just fucked me hardcore. So now I'm like, I was an hour behind the curve. Now I'm 2.5 hours behind the curve, and I'm 3 hours behind the curve. It was going to be another 30 to 45 minutes on the reroute added to my time. So the math just didn't work out. If I drove straight through, don't stop to sleep, anything, I would have gotten there at 7 a.m. From 4:30 in the afternoon, 7 a.m, 14 hours. And I was like, well, that's fucked, because I still had to register, pick up my golf cart, pick up all my shit, and then try and get some sleep. I could maybe get 3 hours of sleep before I shot a match. And I was like, man, it's not going to fucking work out. So I adulted for like 2 minutes and said, no, I better not go. The old me would have just fucking done it. I'd have Iron Manned it up there. I'd have been there at 6 a.m. I'd have cut an hour off my time somewhere and, made shit happen. But my wife has made the point that I am no longer a young person. And so I can't play by those rules anymore. And as much as I hate to admit it, it was probably the right thing to do. But yeah, right. Clover Tack, we'll put this super chat up there. Hey guys, if you want to send in super chats, I am monetized now, so hit the button and send me some money, and I'll send it to somebody else down the road. Yeah, don't let me lie to you. I am just lazy and making excuses. Probably anti-gun too. Yeah, that's just for show. Don't mind that thing behind me, with the gigantic sunshade on it. But yeah, it was a terrible time yesterday. So, and Kat has been all over the internet for like the last 12 hours. I've seen her everywhere. Kat, what have you been up to?
Just hanging out with people, talking crap on the internet, and yeah, just being
talking crap
annoying
on the internet. All right. Awesome. Kat's been hustling. She's a hustler. Which, it's what happens when a stay-at-home mom starts realizing that her kids don't really actually need her that much anymore, because the kid's 11 or 12 and they can dress themselves, they give themselves bath. Look, this happened to me. My son's 13. I'm like, hey man, do you need help? No. Like, are you sure? Because I'm bored. I need something to do. And they're like, no, Dad, I got it. I got it covered. I'm sure that's part of what's going on with Kat right now, is her daughter is becoming fiercely independent and telling mom to go away. And yeah, so I don't think she's been neglecting her wifely duties. Her husband was on here I could see him in the background the other night. He looked pretty happy. So I'm gonna, just go with that. Guys, we're going to talk about pickup artists tonight. Romeo goes pro, right? Like, this is, all the Romeos, the smooth guys picking up girls. They've now figured out, it's been this way for a while. It's not new at all, that they can scam a bunch of people into believing that they know how to pick up girls and use that to grift. I'm not using any other words tonight. That scam, grift, and other assorted descriptors to describe this, because that's what it is, in my opinion, in my observation, and in everything I've ever seen. And it's funny because I have to lead off with this. I met my wife at the well, I didn't meet her. My wife and I, our first date was to the movie Hitch, which is about a pickup artist, which makes this even more hilarious. That's really hilarious. Right. Clover Tack is correct. If you need to pick up a girl, use your arms, careful with your back, and lift with your legs. Lift with your legs, and most of them will come off the ground. So it's a it's an interesting deal. I think for the in the modern culture, there's like an entire movement of these pickup artists out there who advertise themselves as proven Romeo, Chad, what the fuck ever. I don't even know what they call it these days. But they can pick up chicks, and now they're going to teach you to pick up chicks. And Andrew was debating one last night who looked like Carrie Ellis from The Princess Bride, or a young David Bowie. If he had broken into Let's Dance, I'd have fucking died laughing. I swear to God, I would have, because he looked just like a young David Bowie. I can't keep up with the chat. You guys are going to have to send in stuff because I can't. You guys are talking too fast. Because it's rolling. It's harder to pick up chicks now, Kat. That's right. Thanks for commenting where I could see it. You can speak chat. You can speak, Kat, and not just do the chat. But the guy last night that Andrew debated was, yes, guys, he was dumb as a box of rocks. We can forgive that because he was a Marine and he was probably running low on crayons, and we all know how that goes with Marines. Probably Kat doesn't. Clover Tack can probably help you out with that, Kat. Help you understand the Marine crayon connection. From
like getting hit in the head.
No, Marines are in popular culture. Marines are termed crayon eaters. Even though they actually have to, I think they have one of the high, they have to be a Marine, you have to have a higher ASVAB score than I think any other branch except Air Force. But because they will literally charge brick buildings barehanded, and their rules of engagement calls for the use of grenades prior to enemy contact. It's literally in their handbook. But before engaging the enemy, throw grenades. It's like they're not messing around. Those guys, that's what it is. Why crayon eater? I don't know. I'm not really sure. It's just it's popular lore. I don't make this. I don't make the lore. I just live by it. Max likes the green ones. Max, were you a Marine? My cousin was a Marine. Frag out. That's me, baby. Frag out. And I'm not even sure that Marines warn you. Just let that thing go and see what you do with it. Wait, what? Viking? Hold on. We got timeout. Said they don't. Bo said they don't claim him, but that's no true Scotsman. Oh, are you talking about the pickup artist from last night? Army actually sends the Greenswood. Yeah. That's in my handbook. Literally, the Marine handbook for combat, it literally prescribes the use of grenades before anything else. Look, I can't look. Okay, I might as well start now before Kat's eyes roll back. I gotta put this on. Oh man, that's great. I get that. I don't think Kat gets that. Kat, do you get that?
Not in the slightest.
because they're not really sure Marines can read. but you just put the lettering towards the enemy, and that's all you need to do. A claymore is a mine. It's a very specialized mine. It's basically made of plastic explosive molded into kind of a saddle shape, and into that plastic explosive is molded. How many BBs are? It's like ball bearings. I think there's something like 400 ball bearings or something. And when it explodes, it all goes forward in a huge cloud that basically disintegrates anything in its way. And I mean anything: trees, cars, people, animals, buildings. It's great. They're great. With claymores, it is good to get it right the first time, and because you don't get a second chance on that one. If you point it back towards you, you don't exist anymore, and we move on to the next subject. But this is going to be great tonight. I can just this is going to be great. All right, so the pickup artist last night was kind of a complete moron, but you can also go back to when Alex, whatever the fuck his name is, Playing with Fire, was debating with and against from time to time Andrew, and he debated always in bad faith, and I don't know that he ever actually debated as much as he threw fits and threw things. And these guys, they rack up, they basically, they're teaching men. The idea is they teach men to be better men. That's the sales pitch. That's all Andrew got out of this guy last night during the debate. Every time Andrew would give him a solid point and say, what about this? He would back up and just start throwing out more sales pitch. And I mean, literally, like, out of his catalog. And this is their routine. This is all they can do. They are really, it's just not original. They don't use original material. They don't say anything original. It's all canned. It's literally all canned. And James Daniel looked it up. 700 3.2 millimeter steel balls. So, not so big, 700 of them. It's basically a world ender if you're in front of it for like within like, I don't know, 50 or 100 yards. It's just you're not going to have a good day with the Claymore. Anyway, but that's why you have to print front toward enemy on it, because Marines use them and Army guys use them. They don't let Air Force guys use them, mainly because they'd have to get out of their chairs, and we know they don't do that. And armor piercing committee. Yeah, that's right. But trying to get back to the Playing with Fire guys. You guys are going to have me rolling tonight. I'm going to laugh a lot, which is great. But every pickup artist I've ever heard in a debate, a conversation, a discussion, anything, it's always come back to the idea that they're making better men so that those men can go out and get a higher level woman than they maybe could attract without their teachings. And it's all superficial bullshit. It's, go work out, cut your hair, do your nails, wear loafers, whatever, drive a nice car, whatever. And it's the lowest level bullshit, in my opinion. All of it. I've never heard one of these guys talk about anything real of substance. It always comes down basically to fucking women that you normally wouldn't be able to fuck, or just being able to have sex with women because you're unable to have sex with women because you're so whatever your problem is, whether it's whether it's, you don't have game, whether you're ugly, whether you're whatever the fuck it is. Most PUAs are lame game pros. They teach basic things about dealing with women. Real PUAs don't debate what they do. I would go with that. I would go with that. Oh yeah, I got him. And it stumped him on that one. Yeah. So the last question I asked him last night, because I called in, was, would you let any of the men you coach date your daughter? And it stopped him cold. You can see in the replay, it stops him absolutely cold. And he says it would depend on which one, because he knows. I mean, look, all these guys know what they're doing, right? They're all literally scam. In my opinion, they're all scam artists. Just my opinion. So, and Wes Watson, who we've made fun of for now 4 or 5 weeks, we're going to dine out on that the rest of the year. He is, Wes Watson's a PUA guy to some degree. But these guys are all about creating the vision of manhood that they perceive. Damn, the chat is fucking lit tonight. Damn. Max is on it. Max must have had an extra cup of coffee this morning or something. Yeah, so, and look, I don't want to debate any of these guys because I don't have anything really to say to them. I have my opinion of them. They can go their way. I can go mine. That's fine. But I feel like that most people need to know that this is actually very hurtful to women. And it's really not a good thing in any case whatsoever. You're adding to women, and that now since they specifically target what they consider high value women, even though they want, and this is the dichotomy that's ridiculous. It's stupid. Tell me what you think about this, Kat. They specifically target high value, low body count women to go fuck, pump, and dump. So they're adding to their body count. And a lot of these are one night stands. Now, they will almost always say, no, we don't go out for one night stands. But if you press them on it, they will all admit to multiple one night stands, it's egregious, right? It's egregious. So I'm very interested in your take, Kat. I've rambled on enough, and I need to change my regularly scheduled glasses so we get a little less glare.
All right, so pickup artists. At first, I was like, maybe it's a good thing because there's some guys that may be like a little more autistic, a little more shy. They don't know what to say. They don't know how to approach. So for them, it could be helpful just to get the courage to talk to women, which a lot of guys don't have nowadays. They're just scared for some reason.
Mm-hmm.
They used to be more like outgoing, but I think over time with people online more than they're out in the open with other people have become more scared of face-to-face communication. They're less resistant to rejection. There's a lot of issues with that. So in that respect, it could be a good thing. It could just be a tool that you can use for, degeneracy or to just get the courage to talk to a girl. So I'm kind of like on the fence. It really depends on how you use it. If you're trying to target a good girl, but you want a good girl to marry and have a family, I see no problem. But if you're just trying to just rack up a number, like these degenerate people are like, you need 50 bodies. And it's like, oh, well, you don't want to be with like someone with diseases, so get someone with the lowest body count, that's sick.
Okay. You know what? I can agree with pretty much all of that. How about this? Do you think that it's better for men to just teach men how to be men and ignore the dating aspect of it, or teach them how to pick up women?
I mean, the pick up is the problem. It shouldn't be to pick up. It should
Right.
be to talk to, get to know,
Well, I mean, they
weed out.
couch it in that. They do couch it in that. They do say, well, we're just teaching them to talk to women.
Mm.
But the reality, a little different than what's said. I'm really quickly going to Grid One was suggesting all read a little of How to Win Friends and Influence People by Dale Carnegie. Help in a more substantial way. I like that book, but I think there are better books out now that have way more to do with with the pressures of modern society. And I can't think of one right off top. I mean, I literally had one. The Subtle Art of Not Giving a Fuck. That's a pretty good one. There's a lot of that. The other thing is that they never want to talk religion because they know that what they're doing is absolutely horrible. And they always hate to admit to the end result, the consequences of what they're teaching. They absolutely hate to admit it, and they just won't do it. So this is interesting. It's a really interesting topic to me because I believe in teaching young men to be young men. And I believe that if you teach young men, and matter of fact, I had a conversation with a young man the other night in Sarah, the Raging Tomatoes chat. And he was, he has he has a job, but he's kind of off looking, like his hair, he needs a different haircut for his face. If you just look at him, you go, that this dude has not progressed since he was 14, right? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, he still wears the same kind of t-shirt, the same fit, the same fit of jeans, the same haircut. He doesn't, he just hasn't really progressed in his style past, teenage years. And that's okay. There's nothing wrong with it. I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with it.
There is.
But he was talking about how it's very hard for him to talk and meet women. And I'm like, well, here's the thing. Ignore that. Go work on yourself. Put some money in the bank to where you're comfortable, because women don't like a sense of uneasiness or unsettledness, right? Like, they don't want it. Look, a woman will tolerate the a lower price apartment, right? As long as it's clean and neat and the rent's paid on time. A woman will tolerate an older car as long as it's reasonable and runs and clean, not full of dents and beat up. And someone will even tolerate beat up cars as long as they run well and they're clean inside, right? A woman will tolerate a guy who doesn't make a ton of money as long as he's honest about it and says, hey, I'm not making much money now, but in a year from now, I'm going to be in this new position and I'm going to be making a bunch of money, or I'm going to make more money, and I'm trying to build something. Women can see that, and women appreciate that. Men don't appreciate that. One of the things about men is that we want everything right fucking now. Women don't care. Women, they play the long game. I mean, like the longest long game you can think of. And they hate fakes. And this is my problem with all of the pickup artist bullshit, is everything they fucking have is rented. I guarantee you JD's suit last night was a fucking rental. The set was a rental. And obviously his tech was a fucking rental, because none of it fucking worked. Okay. So, if you own your car, you own everything you have, except maybe you live in an apartment, right? You're not making crazy payments. The power's not getting cut off. Women will appreciate that. They all will. And I don't care which woman you're talking about, unless you don't want that woman. Now, the kind of woman that's all concerned that it has to be a $10,000 car, it has to be brand new, it has to be within 2 years old. But fuck those women. They're not women. They're fucking dudes in disguise. Get the fuck away. Okay. Just get the fuck away. All right. Just leave them. Don't talk to those women. Let other dudes deal with them. Don't fuck with those women. But if you just have that and you just move confidently in life, and women can sense that a mile away, and they will talk to you and they will come over to you, and you don't have, and especially if they get the idea that you're my biggest problem with pickup artists is they teach men to lie to women to act like all of this, but also disguise the fact that they have no real interest in a real relationship. So if you build yourself up right and you come up naturally and right, the women are going to come at some point. They're going to be there for you. And I 100% believe that. I've never known a dude that did the right thing in life, took care of his bills, took care of his house, took care of everything, lived on his own, didn't live at home unless it was necessary, and had a sense of everything's going to be fucking okay. If you have a sense of everything's going to be fucking okay, you're going to write your ticket. And this is my biggest problem with the PUA guys, really, is that it's all fucking fake. All those Lamborghinis are rentals. All those Bentleys are, fucking lease cars. Just fuck those guys. All right, I gotta go to chat. Kat, please talk for a minute.
Yeah, I agree. And guys don't want to believe this because they hear stuff from these guys that go after skanky types of women that are very superficial types of women, right? The gold diggers, the really poor gold diggers. Like a good gold digger is not even going to fall for this stuff. This is like a young, extra stupid, naive type of gold digger that would fall for this type of stuff. And they'll be like, oh, wow, he has his car. They won't check to see if it's rented. There's ways to check. They won't, whatever. They'll just assume that. But a smart, intelligent, good girl will go, oh, he needs a flashy car. Oh, he's trying to attract skanks. This is not, father of my children material. This is just, it's not it. So then they're going to be exposed to skanks and not good girls. And then they're going to go, see, all girls are this way. All women are like this, because they will never, ever, with the stupid fancy suits and all like the bling bling and all the rental crap in the world, they're never going to get a good girl to talk to them. They'll just assume whatever. They don't exist, which is what I keep hearing. They don't exist. Meanwhile, I know tons of good girls that meet guys that are in school. They got nothing. They're living at home, but they have a plan and they're willing to date them while they're on the up and up. And it's not this, they wait at the finish line, guys. They're just at the finish line. That's just someone who has gone through this, someone who didn't know how to talk to girls. Then they got a fancy car and they faked it till, they made it, which they didn't make it. They faked it. They attracted the stupid gold digger. The stupid gold digger gave him a standard for women. And then he went out there with his stupid rented suit and his stupid rented car and said, see, guys, this is how they all are. I'm going to tell you what women are like, because this is my experience with women, as if he knows good women. None of them do. None of them can point to like a single married couple that's decent that would hang out with them. They don't exist with them. No decent married couple is around any of these pickup artist guys. Like, show me your friends that are good people. Show them to me and I'll tell you if you're really, talking a good game.
All right, so I got to do the super chat thing here for a second. Nick sends in 5 Canadian. I do take play money, so send it on in. PUA see sex as a conquest instead of a connection. That's accurate. Whether they want to admit it or not, that's exactly what they're saying. A woman is a target and an interaction is a stage. Absolutely. Nick, hammering it. Congrats on the monetization. Thanks, man. Appreciate that. Calling Cat, anything aside from based shall be timed out. This is a no cat simping zone. The communications liaison officer of the Grand Inquisitor has spoken. Hooah. Front towards simp. Excellent. Thank you, sir. Sending that $20. You didn't have to do that, pal. I would have put it up there. It would have been great. All right. And there's a lot of guys are really, really on this, I think. And all of the women in the chat have pretty much said pretty much the same thing. So our Arthur Dye, here's the thing about this. And I go back to my standard lines of and again, look, I grew up in an area of the country where in my high school graduating class, I want to say something like probably 60-70% of them got married in the summer between graduation and spring or fall semester starting, whether they went to college or not. Several of them were already pregnant. That was just not even it wasn't even a big deal. So I agree with what Andrew says, and I see what Andrew says happening in my area. Now, my area is a small, look, it's one sample size. That doesn't mean anything. And I firmly believe that a man between the ages of about 23, 24 and 30, 32 should not be dating for marriage at all. At all. As a matter of fact, they shouldn't really date. They should just put their nose to the grindstone, crank out, work on themselves, get their shit together. Now, if something happens, it happens, right? Like, I'm just saying they shouldn't be actively spending all of their extra time and money and energy trying to bag a woman. It's just in that age group, women are crazy if they're not married. They're just nuts. And they have all kinds of they're accumulating all kinds of baggage through that period. And this is what feminism has lied to women about, right? They have told them that just go to college and get out when you're 24, 25, 26, and you're going to be super hot body marriage material girls. And you're not, you're hottest between 18 and 24, really. Most women, unless you're just a freak of nature. And some are, Kat. And I'm teasing. I have to do it. I'm sorry. I'm a bad influence. I really am. But women have been lied to. And, when women don't get married until they're older, it's so much tougher. Now, there are a lot of good men out there. I really do believe that have, as a matter of fact, I know several, my friend Eugene the other night, right? Like, he's reasonably successful. He's actually in the chat tonight. We may pull him up here shortly. My friend Eugene, solid guy, honest guy, works hard, has a career, taught himself machining, really. As a matter of fact, I think he's taught himself everything. I don't think he's ever been to college. He's never done anything like that. But that dude's, he's lived a life and he's had some experience. And now he's in the market for, now he's at the point where he can actually consider, hey, I've got a house, I've got a business. Not only does he have a business, he has a career, a job as well. He can do both at the same time. Now's the time when guys like him need to be thinking, hey, you know what? I need to find me a good woman. And maybe it's too late, to have children if he marries somebody in his age group or slightly out of his age group. Or maybe he, like he said last week, I think he said his girlfriend was 22 or 23. That's okay. That's fine. Unfortunately, again, women have been lied to this entire time. And I understand your arguments. I really do, about how women have this safety net mentality. And while I do not disagree with a safety net mentality, it's a safety net mentality that has to be balanced with the realities of life. And that is, if you're going to do a safety net mentality, you risk being alone later in life. Or you have to plan out very carefully a safety net mentality where you are, when you are in your prime, in that 18 to 24 range, you get married, you have children, and you very carefully have a schedule that allows you to both get an education, take care of the kids, take care of your husband at the same time, right? Like you have to make it work. That's what my wife did. What my wife did was, we were married for 5 years. She'd already, when I married her, she had already gotten her master's at 24, a master's in finance. And we got married. We waited 5 years to have kids. We didn't feel like we could really afford children at that point. We probably should have gone ahead and had children, but whatever. It was, some calculated error. But in that time, she worked. She worked very hard, and she, gained a lot of experience, so that when she took time off to be a mom, it didn't really hurt her that much, right? And then when she went back into the workforce, because again, what Kat's going through right now is very normal. The kids get 8 or 9 or 10, and they don't need mom anymore. They don't want mom around. So now mom has to find something else to do. And if she doesn't have 4 kids, which, probably should, but but if she doesn't have 4 kids, then what that means is that she's either going to be a grumpy stay-at-home mom, or she's going to have to either start an at-home business or go out into the workforce using that education. Again, a lot of this is just planning. People don't plan. People and when they do plan, they plan based on this entire line of bullshit that we've been fed, that women can go do certain things that men can do, and it's not true. And men have been sold a bill of goods that they should go do things that women do, and they shouldn't do that either. Men should probably not really go to college, honestly, unless they're going to business school. Other than that, and engineering. But even engineering, you can go to specific schools for engineering. You don't need to waste time learning ancient Greek to be a fucking electrical engineer, right? That's dumb. That's dumb as fuck. I don't know why we do that. Our colleges are fucked up. Sorry, I got on a rant there about that because I haven't addressed. I've seen you make these comments a lot, and I really respect you, and I really feel like that you are in a unique situation, and I understand the situation where you're coming from, and I want to make sure that I answer your question as well as I can, because I respect you. All right. Hope that didn't piss everybody off. So, and there's a lot of conversation in the chat tonight. David H, that's a timeout. the mods are on it. I was about to say timeout David H, but they got him. That's good. Let me scroll down. What if we use Australian dollars? I don't know. Is Australia a real country? Can somebody verify? I know it's a continent. Is it a country? Bro is gender neutral. That's fun. Which bro is gender neutral?
Just the term bro is gender neutral.
Is it really?
Yeah, as soon as the alphabet people started with their they, thems and stuff, I went on the internet.
Coin?
What?
Nick says the Canadians have a $2 coin called a toonie. A toonie, whatever. But
Monopoly money.
I don't know about Monopoly money. I don't look. David H, do not spam my chat, bruv. I will make it so you can't ever come back. So, all right, man. The chat is lit. So, yeah. Okay, here we go. Gonna have a whole conversation about it. We're gonna do we've moved off of pickup artists for a minute. I will get back to them. They haven't been picked on enough yet. Do I feel like if my wife had kids at age 25, it would have hindered her career development significantly? No, she already had a master's in finance. If she had had kids when we first got married, that actually probably would have helped her career, because she would have, instead of having that 4 or 5 year break where she really needed to be a mom, she could have gone directly into the workforce a little, and just stayed there, right? So she's had this break. I don't think so. But I don't know. I can't know because it didn't happen that way. But we did have a plan, and the plan kind of worked. Look, hey, I'm not saying I did things perfectly either, guys. It wasn't like we weren't trying to have kids. It's just that it just kind of, we initially were not trying to have kids. Then we were, then we weren't, then we were, then we were, then yeah. Look, Kat understands how this game is played, I'm sure. All right, Boulay. Pardon me. Boulay, did you need to learn ancient Greek to do your fucking job? I'll wait. I'll wait for the answer. This is right. I like this. Yeah. But I also think that in my specific situation, it worked out really well because I was ready to retire as she was ready to really enter the workforce, right? Like really like concentrate on it and be that. Yeah. See, this is what's so hard, Arthrodia. Here's the thing that's so hard about your situation, because I really feel for you. You do a job that is so important and is so necessary and is so technically, it's just so technically specific where you can't really fuck up at all. You can never make a mistake. That for a woman to do it, you have to sacrifice so much. And the fact that you were willing to do that speaks volume to your character. Unfortunately, the result of that is, the sacrifice is what the sacrifice is. We all pay the piper in some way. And it's sometimes really, really hard to reconcile that. For me personally, now that I have 2 kids, I now wish I had started earlier and I had 4 kids or 5 kids or whatever. But I didn't. I made choices. I stuck to those choices. And now it is what it is. It just is. Right. Like I'm not going to, we might adopt. Like I have a buddy of mine and he had, his wife cannot have children at all. And they have adopted, I think they've adopted over the years, 6 or 7 kids. They adopt one about every, 5 or 6 years. They'll get old enough and then they'll adopt another one that's young and they'll bring, and it's, they always have kids around. They love children and they're great people. And it's great. And he's one of the greatest people I know. If he called me up right now and said, "Hey man, I need help," I would go help him, not because we're friends, but because he's a great human being. And if he needed my help, it means that he really needs my help. Sure. It absolutely, it really does cost money to raise kids. The argument isn't they aren't worth it. It does. It's not insignificant. Right. Kat is not a bro. No matter what she says, she's not a bro. Look at her. It's not a bro. All right, here we go. Viking Paradigm with a $10 super chat. Appreciate that, buddy. I know you work hard for your money because I believe you're an independent contractor, which means that you have to kill it every day. Agree with me. Most PUAs only teach short-term relationship skills. Long-term relationship skills are what guys I work with and myself teach. That's why many PUAs quit at some point. Well, that and people get old and people don't believe that they can actually hook up anymore. So they're literally selling themselves. They're not selling their process or their skill or their product. They're selling themselves as a blueprint. And once the blueprint's expired or outdated, we get a new one. So that you get the chat. You guys are killing me. I can't keep up. Which that's fine. Only the Americans and Scottish use Monopoly money. Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think that's true. Scott, after our fourth, we got scared about the cost and I was fixed, so we chose to stop. Right, sure. I get that, man. And I look, hey, I only regret it now. Like when I was younger, I never thought I'd have kids. I never thought I'd get married. To be honest with you. If you'd asked anyone I graduated high school with, and most of the people I went to college with, if you said, hey, will that guy ever get married? Will he settle down? Is he ever going to, is it, you think he will? And I'm like, no, that dude's going to die a fucking bachelor in a hole somewhere. And they were wrong, fuckers. So, let's see. Chip and Flint, super mods. To be fair, electricity is Broncos will be theory. Something I work with and cannot fully control. This one we always like, yeah, sure. Again, you don't need ancient fucking Greek for it. You just need to know how to do it. Apparently I missed something. I have to go back and look now. All right, whatever. All right. I'm sort of caught up now. You guys are killing it tonight. All right, so back along the lines of the PUA guys, and it's not just the PUA guys. It's basically any of these self-help people who probably don't understand how to help themselves, let alone help you. I've literally talked to probably over my career, I've talked to hundreds of young men of all types, all backgrounds, as a boss, an employer, a guy that they're trying to get, they're hopefully going to hire them. And then, as not their friend, but, as an employer, but, as an interested party, right? Like I would take an interest in these guys because good employees, good product, that's how that works. Good bosses understand separation, but there has to be some interest, right? I believe anyway. And so it's interesting. It's always been interesting to me how young men can be tainted by very, very small amounts of misinformation or disinformation or whatever you want to call it, like pickup artist nonsense, right? Like somebody tells you that, and guys go through this. Guys go through phases where they will not have a date for a year, right? And they're looking around and they're seeing all these people going on dates, or they go out. All they see are couples because that's all they're looking for. They don't see all the single dudes rolling around, or crowds of 8 dudes going out together because none of them have a fucking girlfriend. They don't see that. All they see are the happy couples, and you see what you want to see in life. And I used to could almost tell when dudes were getting like really like disheartened, if you will. And I told all of them the same thing I said earlier, just you got to get yourself right. The interesting thing about women in general, and this is in general, that's not Andrew Wilson. But the thing about women in general is that all they really want in life really is to at least feel like they're being taken care of. Even if everything's 50-50, even if she has to work to make ends meet, she just wants to feel like you are going to, that you've got it. Like everything's going to be okay. Right. And there's things that young men can do to help that. Right. But a pickup artist is not going to help you. Yeah. Tony Robbins was a pickup artist guy. Actually, I think so. Shit, we're going to get an engineering discussion in the chat. It's going to, yeah. Yeah, you didn't see them because you weren't looking for them. They were there, I promise you. And they sold programs They sold books, a lot of books, a lot of self-help guides, a lot of programs where they send you a monthly subscription to some newsletter, all of that shit.
Yep, I knew about all that stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Clover tax on it, man. Wife expects you to just handle shit. They just want, and to be honest with you, I don't care. I don't care who the woman is or what they say to you. No matter what they really want to do is say, shut up. I don't need your opinion. I've got this. Just leave me alone. It's taken care of. And then they'll go back to where the fuck it was they were doing. If they feel like that you don't have it, they will never let go. Ever. They will not, because they're scared. Because internally, the little thing in the back of their little lizard brains banging a drum going, we're fucked. We're fucked. We're fucked. Red light. Klaxons blaring. Fucking abandoned ship. Get the fuck out. The Titanic is sinking. And that's just the way it is. Just the way it is. And it'll always be that way. Now we can add in all of the extras, all of the sexual stuff, all of deviancy, all of there's a lot we can add into that goes into women not appreciating anything that you do, or women expecting too much, or the grifters, the charlatans, holy crap, the chat. I can't keep up with this chat. I'm not even going to try. If you guys want me to see something specific, you're going to have to do the super chat. I cannot keep up with you guys. You guys are killing it. And I love that you guys are interacting so much with each other. That's awesome. But the pickup artist movement has really boggled my mind, because it's literally men asking other men who are probably bigger failures in life than they are, who can't get a real job. Their job now is to tell you how to pick up girls. The fuck? And you expect those men to teach you to do something that they can't do. I always like it. Well, also, by the way, the thing that and this is why they're all, and this is what, look, I'm going to upset some people. If this triggers you, exit the chat. It's okay. Go back to your safe spaces. Pickup artists and hookers are the same thing. They're selling bullshit. They fuck you and they leave with your money. It's the same shit. You're still getting fucked. You might not get a big O, but you're not always guaranteed one with a hooker. There's no guarantee of performance with hookers. They just take your money. So here's the thing. You just better off not doing it. And I love it how OF girls, pickup artists, and hookers all immediately say, I know I can't do this forever. I have investments. I'm in real estate. I'm starting a business. I'm launching a product line, which is all horseshit. It's all horseshit. If they were actually in real estate, they wouldn't be doing fucking OnlyFans, right? If they were actually able to if they were actually successful in real estate, they wouldn't, or have an actual business, they wouldn't be teaching dudes how to bullshit women all day. They just wouldn't be doing it. And this is my problem with the entire industry. You're just fucking cheap whores. And it's just what it is. Now, I love it because they all say it. They all say the same thing. It's all the same. And it's all the same 4 lines. I'm starting a business, or I'm launching a product line, or whatever. I'm investing in real estate. I know I can't do this I can literally predict it's coming like miles away. And it's all bullshit. In my, look, I've never bought a house from a porn star. Just saying. Bought a lot of houses. Looked into a lot of businesses to buy. I've never actually bought a business or looked at a prospectus from a business to buy or invest in that had a porn star's name attached. Just saying. Or a pickup artist name, either, for that matter. Whatever. I digress. And I need to get back on subject. So, where does that leave you? If you're giving these guys money, don't give them money. Don't give them money. Don't let your friends give them money. Tell your friends when they say, hey, you know what, I'm going to do whatever JD's program, or, I'm thinking about this thing, or Wes Watt. Hey, I got Wes Watt. I signed up on Wes Watson's, what the fuck his name is. Wes Wheaton, whatever fuck his name is. I signed up on HIT for his pro course. He's going to teach me how to be a business guy. Sure he is. Sure, absolutely. Multi-level marketing, scam artist, all that kind of shit. Yeah, go do that. And when you're poor, we could talk, right? So, right. So Viking, I'm going to shoot this out to you because I just saw a comment. I didn't see the whole conversation, so I'm going to shoot this out to you, and I'll put it up here when I see it. Would you consider Rolo a pickup artist? Because I don't. I consider Rolo a men's advocacy guy. Like, he's not telling dudes to go bang 100 women or anything. Or at least I haven't heard him say that. I'm interested in your viewpoint. You pay more attention to this, obviously, than I do. We should probably get him up on here, but yeah, I think Rolo's like a guru, right? If you believe in his stuff, great. If you don't believe in it, fuck off. Who cares? It's that easy. Take it or leave it.
At least he's married, so.
Yeah, he is married.
And from what he does show of his wife, she looks hot.
Rolo started in the PUA forums, but was he doing PUA? That's the thing. I'm just asking. I'm asking your opinion. Is he PUA? Angel Berber, welcome to the chat. I hope I'm Angel. I'm not really sure which way we're going to go with that. I agree. These men with these courses or plans are taking advantage of the same desperation of men that OF women do, just with different enticements. That's absolutely true. It's all about getting your dick wet, and there are better ways to do that. Yep. Yeah, that's right. Glenn worked for Rolo. I forgot that. Sorry, Glenn. I apologize. I didn't know that. Clover Tech, you've been married for 30 years. Dude, that's a fucking win. Very fucking win if you've been married for 30 years. That's fucking awesome. You misspelled cat. It's cat with a K. Cat with a K. And but James Dumas, that is actually the point of the entire conversation. Is the one thing I agree with one of the correct things that PUA does say is date with a purpose. I agree with that. When I was a degenerate, I dated with a purpose of getting laid. I did not go after high value women. I did not go after low body count women. I did not devalue women for my carnal needs. It wasn't altruistic or anything like that. I just couldn't bear the shame of it all. Okay. All right. I saw that. I agree. Okay. I agree with that. People do change. ZD Den says, as I hear more and more of the dating world today, I think about our forefathers. I think if they were worried about women and sex, how could they possibly accomplish what they accomplished? MMGA. Make men great again. I like it. I like it. I like it a lot. Thank you for the $10. I really appreciate it. I will put it to good use somewhere in the economy. I promise. So this is actually a really good point. And before I move on, I'm gonna address this. This is really good. There were some men in history who actually did basically pickup artist work. They were gigolos, they were riverboat gamblers, they were men of weird morality. And that was okay because it was a very small percentage. And actually, I'm going to go into this thing. I want to actually let me get to Stephen before. Let me get to Stephen before I move along. Steve, welcome to the show. I have not seen you before. I hope you're enjoying yourself. I hope you enjoy the dialogue. Rolo is not PUA. Rolo and I were frequent commenters on Dalrock's blog about 10, 12 years ago. His interest was the same then as it is now. Right. I've never thought of Rolo as PUA, and I don't agree with Rolo on everything. I don't disagree with him on everything. He's, look, he's his own man. He's a man. He's a man. That's the way it is. I don't have to agree with everything that anyone says. There were, okay, I'm going to throw this up. Chip and Flint has a point here. There were philanderers in history. Then I have a question for everybody that's in the chat, Kat, everyone. If we remove the top 1%, 2% of men who supposedly get all the pussy, and we also remove the bottom, like 10% of men who just don't even bother trying, they're out of shape, they don't care, they're basically women, or kids that have never grown up. If we remove those, how does pickup artistry help them gain women? Because at the same time, we would also have to remove the top 3 or 4% of women who can basically have that top tier of men anytime they want to, right? We would also have to remove the bottom, probably larger than men, probably 15 or 20% of women who don't want to have, do not want to have kids, don't want to have family, let themselves go. It's a very popular term from history. Empower, good night, buddy. I see that you're gonna. He messaged me elsewhere that he's going to pass out. Maybe tomorrow night, buddy. Maybe tomorrow night. Get some sleep. Everybody needs sleep. So if we equalize it, right, to where you have basic, normal, attractive men and women, right? How is that not working, right? I have my theories, but I'm curious what everybody else thinks. I think I blew Kat's brain away. Kat doesn't do math.
I didn't follow that.
Okay. All right. Never mind. All right. We'll do an exercise. Whatever. All right. Yeah, everybody's lost on this one. All right. So, I agree. Clover Tack, social media, Facebook, all of that's killed a lot of the interpersonal relationship. I actually think Sam gets it. Quite a few average men get with women when you factor in the past studies showing the rates of infidelity based on blood tests, DNA, etc. You want to, but he only makes content on other people's channels, such as Glenn. Okay, well, we can have Steve Sandman on. Why not Siege D? See if you can get his info, and we'll try and get him on sometime. He seems like a cool guy. Arthrodia. I think the different thing now is women are so career. That is exactly where I was going. Boom. Women are so career oriented. They've been lied to by feminism so much that instead of focusing on having relationships and building a family, finding a man, and living their life, they go to work. That's right. This is exactly what I was aiming at. I thought Kat would get it. I lost Kat in the math portion of it. She can't do percentages in her head. And that's it. Sorry. So I apologize for breaking Kat's brain. But Arthrodia actually nailed it. That is the answer. There's no reason why average men and average women should not be getting married, except that first of all, we have average men are now becoming more and more effeminate, and women don't like that. So average men have lost a very key trait. And I'm not talking about alpha wolves or sigmas or any of that bullshit. I'm talking about men that are just men. Men that pay their bills, take care of their family, put food on the table. And I'm going to talk about this alpha bullshit in just a minute. We'll get there. I promise. But the women have gotten to the point where they are a little too masculine. And even if a dude wanted to date her, he would probably be turned off because she would literally tell him every single time that they called, "Hey, you want to go out?" "No, I can't. I have work tonight." "Okay, cool. What about tomorrow night?" No, I have work tomorrow night too." "Okay, cool. What about this weekend? There's a great concert. We want to go do concert in the park." "No, I can't this weekend. I promised my friend I'd go." So there's all that women just have too much going on in their lives. And I'm sure that Kat can identify with this because all of her friends abandon her at the drop of a hat to go do things because they're too busy. I just made that part up. Kat, you want to talk for a minute before you go to sleep?
Yeah. So I was just saying, when I was younger, everybody half the girls I knew were hyper focused on dating. Since we were like 16, we're like, we gotta find a husband. At 16, this was in our heads back then. So we're out, we're looking for guys, we're trying to get the best guy we can get, lock him down. Because my friends would be like, "Have you seen my mom? I don't have much time." Like, the clock's ticking, look what she looks like. And we'd all be like, trying to find a decent guy. And there was heavy competition. Females were throwing punches. It was a lot. And then probably right before college or right after college, half the girls went the other way, and they're like, "I need to get this big degree, this big career. I don't need no man. I'm going to be high value and be able to get any guy once I can make 6 figures or whatever." And I did the complete opposite. I'm like, I'm going to school, whatever. It's just something I'm doing because I have to, because you never know. And I would date every single day. Every day I was on a date trying to find a decent guy. When I was single, I was on a date. Millions of first dates. They didn't amount to anything, but I was trying. And there's so many women who are like, "I'm going to wait until after I'm set with my career and my this, and then they're going to fall on my lap or something," because they're all crazy. They have no idea how hard it is. I went on thousands and thousands of first dates. There are some real messed up people in this world. I have some crazy stories, but I kept going. I didn't give up hope, and I never did that interrogation thing that a lot of women do. Like, they just sit there with their arms crossed and they're like, "Tell me how much money you have. Tell me, how much this you have." Like, they're interviewing them. Like, but it's not like an interview. It's like an interrogation with like the hot lights on their face, type of thing. It's very uncomfortable and it makes guys go nuts. I didn't do that. I was quite pleasant on dates. But I mean, then I got like a job and I'm like, if I don't find someone now, I'm screwed because I'm getting older. And then it was 3 dates a day, 3 first dates. And then I went from like, I'm not going to a restaurant, coffee. I need like a 5-minute in and out to see if I like him. Because a lot of them were like, somebody was setting you up, you didn't know them. And then finally, I mean, I found my husband. That was all me on the internet. Yes, 3 dates a day. Why is this hard for people to understand? You are trying to find someone to marry. The idea that you're going to go on like 1 date a year and that's it, you're going to find them, is insane. This is a job. Finding someone to marry is a job.
I love it. Cook, Kat. Cook on this. This is great, actually.
I mean, like, people.
Awake.
Okay, the other thing is when people go, oh, you want to know how many dates? You're a whore. You slept on that many people. And I'm like, you guys go on dates and have sex with people? What is wrong with you? Like a stranger walks in and you're like, can I take my clothes off? Like, some women are insane. And I mean, I get it. Like, there's something wrong with the world. A lot of people are mentally insane now, whatever. But like, we would go on like actual get to know you dates where we're like talking to you, like, what are your values? What do you want? Whatever. Most people are insane in this world. I'm just going to say that it's not easy. Most people you meet, really insane. There was this one guy, first date, didn't know him from anywhere. And then he's like, oh, you'll get an abortion, right? I'm like, hello, nice to meet you. Like, what?
Wow.
Yeah, this is how crazy guys are. Another one of them is like, oh, I just boned my ex-girlfriend yesterday, but I think I'm ready to try someone else. And I'm like, ew, gross. Left that one. People are insane.
You gross. That's a technical term.
No, but it's not easy. There's a lot of messed up people, but you cannot give up hope and you have to keep going on your stupid dates with a good attitude every single time. Do not take baggage from the other psychos to the new person because it's not their fault. Because one day you're going to be in front of someone on a first date and it's going to be the one. And if you have a bad attitude, you're going to scare them off.
That was awesome. I think you need to keep going, though, because I really do think that that's a very interesting. It kind of flies in the face of the PUA argument, right? And I do think that honestly, I think that what you're talking about is the exact right way to look at dating. And so for me, from the male perspective, I did kind of the same thing. When I was growing up, this is going to be really weird. I don't know if your guys' parents are this messed up, but my mom was a Kennedy Democrat, so she's kind of liberal, and she's like, date everyone. It's like, date the prom queen, date the guys everybody calls a whore, date red, yellow, black, green, whatever, doesn't matter. Just figure out what you like, and when you figured out what you like, then you can start getting serious. And I did that exact thing. I didn't sleep with all of them. I slept with a lot of them, but I didn't sleep with all of them. I was a degenerate. Leave me alone. I'm a dude. I was a degenerate. But I understood very clearly what my type was. I know exactly what I like. I know exactly what I'm going to put up with. I know exactly what I'm not going to put up with. And so that, in the end, it saved me a lot of trouble. So I don't know that somebody. What are you laughing at, Kat? Show me what you're laughing at.
I'm going back on the chat, so I'm pretty far up.
You're pretty far up. The chat has been crazy. I can't keep up with it. The chat is amazing tonight. You guys are killing it. I'm actually going to go back and read the chat because it's like a second show. But I did actually do that exact thing. And credit to my mom for for telling me that, not saying, well, you can only date a girl from this side of the tracks, or you can only date a girl that has blonde hair, or you can only date a girl that has whatever. And, so I credit my mom for that. Really. I really owe her, because I really do know exactly, and I mean exactly, what I want and need and will tolerate and all that. And so that's why when I got married, I only ever had to do it one time. I also always planned on getting married one time. There's no trial runs. It's not a, try before you buy. None of that. It was, this is it, right? It's once. The whole death do you part thing, that was, so that, interesting. And we can kind of branch off on this for a minute. Do you know that most wedding vows now do not include very specific things that I think are fundamental to marriage? Like, till death do you part, sickness and in health, honor and obey. Those are the three biggies that are usually not included in wedding vows now. Is that crazy?
Yeah, I don't even remember what I said. Is it the ones you write yourself or the ones the preacher says?
We did write our own, but I included all of that because I'm not very smart. So I found a bunch of suggestions and did that. It is, if not in the triple digits, it is very close. And I make no, it just, it is what it is. So cannot hide that fact. But when I was a degenerate, I dated as a degenerate. I knew I was a degenerate. I knew that, look, I'm not going to marry any of these women. I'm like, there's no point. Like, if a girl was even like, if I even thought that she was a nice girl that was, probably, lower, virgin or low. Of course, we didn't care about body count back then, but lower, very inexperienced, whatever. A marrying type of girl, I would not have a relationship with them. I would literally just blow them off because it's not who you need to be in life. If you're going to be a degenerate, be an honest degenerate, don't just be don't be evil. I mean, it's bad enough to be degenerate, but don't be evil. That's my point of view. So, and I don't drink and I don't smoke and I don't do drugs. So those were all romantic liaisons, not alcohol talking. So, fucking wahoo. Got you. That's what's keeping Grid young. No, actually, what keeps me young is that I've always thought of myself as being 19 until about 2 years ago, and now I think of myself as I'm like 21. That's how I see myself. Yes, I was, and now I'm not. See how that works? So, right, exactly. And the ones that do understand it's a binding oath won't make it. They will change it so that they don't have to. They'll be like, I don't want the death do us part in there. I don't want this. That's a real thing. I have zero. Oh, wait, where is it? That's what I want. I have 0 ex-wives. I've been married one time only. That's it. So here's the thing that happened to me. When I was probably 32, and I dated this girl for about 6 or 8 months she had a kid, and she was really great. Like, she was everything that I probably needed except for the kid. and even the kid wasn't the real bad point. The bad point was that she was divorced. The way she had gotten a divorce was weird to me. There were a lot of weird things going on, and there was some other stuff that went on. But in that relationship, it made me think that it was probably time I started taking the idea of getting married and finding somebody a little more seriously. And that's actually, and then so then I actually made a decision. I came to a decision with myself that, hey, I'm not going to be what we used to call a dedicated bachelor, right? It's what we used to call those, confirmed bachelor, whatever. Those were the guys that just never married. You always had that weird uncle that was one that had all the cool toys and, would bring the best gifts at Christmas and everything. And then he went away because your whoever was the opposite family member, so if it's your dad's brother, then your mom hated him. You're right. So anyway, so I was destined to be that guy, and I decided not to be that guy. I didn't want to be that guy. And I decided I want to get married. And I was married within a year. I made an actual decision to change my entire dating outline, everything I was looking. I already knew what I wanted. I already had the blueprint of who I wanted. I just had to go find her. And then once I did that, that was it. Confirmed bachelor meant gay. Damn, Max. Jesus. Coming in with the heat. No, I don't think so. Yeah. But there's a certain joy in flying and not having checked baggage, to be able to walk off that plane, leave the airport. Wonderful. I wouldn't put it that way, but yeah, sure. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Angel Berber was a DJ in my early 20s. My late 20s, I stopped everything because I had to be what I wanted my son to be. I'm now going to be a grandfather at 41 with the most loyal son. And so here's the thing. I never had any kids out of wedlock. Not one. I don't understand how that happens to people. I mean, I kind of understand, but I feel like it's inexcusable. But I'm only going from my perspective, and I don't make a big deal about it. And, I've now been married 19 years. I have 2 awesome kids. I'm never going to get divorced unless, my wife decides there's more money in it than staying married. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. I think she's watching, so that's why I have to say that. And, it's fine. But you got to, if I had, which I never did, if I had ever gotten a girl pregnant, then I would have taken care of it. I would have changed my evil ways. I didn't, so I never had to. And that's part of it, right? So, and I don't think that there's enough. I don't think that people understand this portion of this enough. I never had to change my ways. I could have lived a very long time being a degenerate because I wasn't hurting anybody. I wasn't having kids out of wedlock. I wasn't, I wasn't, lying to women or anything like that. I wasn't doing anything harmful to anyone. I could have done that a long time. But I was still being a degenerate. It doesn't change the fact that you're a degenerate when you're a degenerate. So, yeah. Hi, Mrs. Grid. That's right. Yeah, she's probably listening. Actually, she might be asleep because she sleeps a lot. I don't understand that. My wife sleeps a lot. A lot. Yeah, there's a risk. That's 100%. That's 100%. Yeah, she might be asleep. I don't know. She just she was in the Bay Area visiting her aunt and cousin and their kids, or her cousin's kids, and so she just got back today. I think I don't know. I don't know. Her and her aunt are it's oil and water kind of deal. So who knows? She might be awake and watching. Who knows? All right. So we need more sleep. We bleed for 5 days and don't die. Wow. Look at Kat. We bleed for 5 days and don't die. That's what men used to say. Don't trust anything that doesn't do that. But yes, my wife did in fact change my evil ways. I changed them and then she reinforced it. And it's been great pretty much the entire time. I wouldn't suggest a black eye, but if it's a part of the package, it's included, so might as well. All right, so Kat, stop reading the chat. Talk.
Yeah. Oh,
talk.
okay. So, what's going on?
Kat's zoned out. That's so funny. Kat, do you think that there's a direct relationship with the fact that most women really do not actually understand and are never taught the ideals behind honesty, keeping an oath, keeping your word, living up to expectations? Do you think that there's any like reality to that, and what the relationship up beyond the obvious one would be to how they are treating the men in their lives?
Okay. For just on men. Okay. No, they're not taught that. No. I don't see that. I have seen, now, obviously everything is seen through the lens of the type of people you're looking at, right? So if I'm looking at certain types of people, I'll hear things like, oh, even if he's married, you can still get him, do this and this and this, honey, a mother to her daughter. I've heard that before. I've overheard, because I'm quiet. People talk freely around me, so I get to hear things, which is always interesting because I'm interested. So then I would hear like wealthier people say, these are the character traits we're looking for our family lineage. We believe in this. And then I would see like more like, let's say, middle class people like say, it doesn't matter, he just needs to make this much and be a hard worker, and just, if he does something stupid, just ignore it, and get what you need and get what you need on the side. I've heard all of this. So I think there's a lot of different people with different priorities, and that's why it's hard to find someone, because you don't know which one of these households they came from unless you really vet them.
That's interesting. So I think that this disconnect happened, and I'm not really sure when, but men also are no longer taught to keep their word. I'm just going to be honest, right? Like I don't know how many people in the chat will agree with me, but I'm going to tell you that I don't employ young men as much as I used to anymore. I still have them work for me, various projects, construction and that sort of thing. So I'm meeting the, reasonable age men. And at the end of the day, I don't think either men or women are taught to be actually honorable. I really don't. And I don't think they're taught to keep their word. I don't think that it's valued anymore. It's okay to lie. It's okay to swear to something and then back out. It's okay. All of it's okay. Why not? With it. And we get into this thing where it's like, well, if the father's not there, that's a problem. If the mom's not there, it's a problem. Look, parents are always part of the problem, but if the parents are not teaching that you have to keep your word. If you tell a man you're going to do something, you do it. If you do something wrong, you need to own up to it, admit it, and take care of it. And I don't think that people are being taught that. And when they are taught it, it's not reinforced. So even if their parents teach it to them, their friends say, your old man's an idiot. Don't listen to him. Steve Sandman, once again, everyone should check out the Peter Helland channel. You will either like his historical Christian views or hate him. He will make you think. Hey, thanks, Steven Sandman. I will actually check it out. I'm a Southern Baptist, so we're hellfire and brimstone people. So I don't actually watch a lot of Christian creators because I find them to be too plain Jane vanilla, white, whatever, but not cool. And so I really like that. Appreciate the $5, buddy. And I'm glad that you're in here, and have the mods get your information so that we can have you on the show. It would be great. I think your comments have been awesome. Believe in yourself for a Canadian $20. Strive to live your life in such a way so that tomorrow you can be proud of your yesterdays. That's great. That's a great sentiment, and I like it. I agree with it. Here's one. I got one for you. Fear is one of my favorite sayings. Fear is a spare change that will keep you broke. Kat, do you know what that means?
I know, don't be afraid or you'll be broke. Does that kind of mean it?
Yeah, it's kind of, so if you carry fear around with you all day, every day in your pocket, like your spare change, and you're just always afraid to go up and talk to it. Well, in your case, a dude, and of course you're old now, so it doesn't matter. But if you're always afraid to go talk to people, or you're afraid to go do this, or you're afraid to take a job out of state, or you're afraid to do it, it keeps you not just like broke, like monetarily, but it keeps you emotionally broke. It keeps you, mentally broke because you know that you missed out on a chance. The thing is that we can lie to ourselves only so much. That's why I never hide that I was a degenerate, because my mind knows, right? Like my brain remembers. I can't sit here and say, no, Piers of Driven Snow, 7 people. That's it. That's a fucking lie. And my brain would know that. And your brain will only allow you to lie so much before you start having other bad habits. And everything goes downhill. So just like if your brain knows, if your little lizard brain back there knows that you had this opportunity, and because you were so afraid and you couldn't let go and you didn't do anything about it, it knows that you had that opportunity. And you can lie to yourself all you want and say, nah, never would have gotten it. It's no big deal, whatever. Until you make peace with that in your own mind, you will never be happy. You will never have a good relationship. You won't have the things in life that matter in the abundance that you should, because that fear, your brain, your mind knows that you're afraid, right? And so, if you're, and this happens a lot with when men are going through divorce, they're afraid to push because they don't want to lose their kids. They don't want to lose visitation. So they will let themselves be pushed around. And then in the back of their mind, the whole time that brain is going, dude, don't do it. Don't stand up, fight, do what you're supposed to do. And this is why I think that in modern society, I think this is why we have such a litany of mental issues with people. Why men can't talk to women, why pickup artists exist, is because we allow this fear to keep us broke. And so you got to take that spare change out of your pocket, put it in the change bin, and walk out of the house without it. And that's the way I look at it. I mean, it's been a saying of mine for 40 years. I've literally, I lived my life by that. So I don't know. It is what it is. Bulle, if you are afraid of spiders, I can't help you, bro. Can't help you. Zombies and zombie spiders. Yeah. You need to go to Barber. They've got a really cool one. All right. So this has been a really great chat so far. I'm really happy with the way, the direction everything has gone. Kat, you've been really good tonight. You've barely fell asleep at all. I'm sure so.
What?
I'm sure you're missing your sleep right now because you haven't been able to doze while we've all been talking.
I know, it's terrible.
I don't have a guest to cover.
It's fine. But I was thinking about fear when you were saying about
like
that,
that.
and
Mm-hmm.
I was just thinking, nobody really told me to like get over my fear, but I was always very fearful of everything, talking to people, doing anything, like anyone looking at me, like I'm always like scared to be, seen. So what I always do is try to do something that's very terrifying, which is a little thing for me because I'm easily terrified. So like starting my YouTube channel, interviewing people, all this stuff is terrifying. Asking people who are like way like smarter than me to come on my podcast to talk is like super terrifying. But I was so like paralyzed with doing that I'm like, I have to do it because I don't want to die and never be able to like have conversations with people. You know what I mean? So yeah, I would do that. And now I got to the point where I'm like more comfortable with interviews, but I realize I'm not comfortable in this type of thing. Just like, talking back and forth without a script, without, a set of questions. So then I'm like, I need to do that because I can't be afraid of these stupid little things all the time. Makes you paralyzed.
Yeah. Yeah. It keeps you from being able to do things like talk to Andrew Wilson.
Exactly. That's the next hurdle.
The next hurdle. Well, you're fortunate unless something really strange happens, and I have not looked. As a matter of fact, I can't look because I've got my screen messed up here. But he has not asked me to come on. I did not send him the link to just pop in unannounced, which I normally do. So you might be safe this evening to where that you won't fall out of your chair when I put the camera on you and you're goofing off because Andrew's talking. You did miss out, and we're going to go into this in just a minute now that we kind of we've kind of covered the pickup artist issue pretty well, I think. I don't know. You got the chat. What do you guys think? I feel like we've illustrated a lot of the issues with the practice and all of that. I would really like to see this happen. I think that's I think I can set that up. I think that'll make it we'll make that happen. We'll get that going as soon as we possibly can. And so yeah. And Clover is inviting you on some one-on-one gun talk without me monopolizing the whole conversation. And he will help you out, and you guys will have a great conversation about all sorts of firearms. And then you can debate Andrew on AK versus AR. That would be I would tune in for that. That would be great. And we're gonna go into that. So so last night, Andrew had a great panel with Glenn, myself, Josie was there, Teriyaki was there, and I forget who else was there, but it was a pretty good panel. It was pretty stacked. And I only intended to go on there for like 3 minutes, but Andrew doesn't debate religion. AK versus AR is borders on religion. I will give you that. So Andrew came on and we had a really great discussion about many things, but one of the things was the whole based Oracle incident, which I'm sure that everybody has been waiting anxiously for me to get into. Kat, are you? Wait, that's not it. This is it. You aren't Orthodox. You can do some Christian apologetics with Andrew.
Nope.
Kat, are you Christian? Or what?
Yeah,
what,
yeah.
what are you? You are.
I
Okay.
am, but I'm not like that.
Not
I cannot.
Orthodox.
I don't have everything memorized like he does. That's insanity.
It's not insanity. It's just normal stuff. Just normal stuff. Hey, I am down, buddy. I'm down to do that, man. We'll do that real soon. Just shoot me some information. I think you're in my Discord already, so we'll make that happen. What does that mean, Kat? I don't know. I don't know what it means. What does that mean, Kat?
What does what mean?
I don't know. Whatever it was that you'll have to clarify. So, all right. So Based Oracle, who's probably watching now, which is fine. He should. The stream on Josie had a stream last night, and it was basically Glenn and a bunch of us. We were just jabbering, and Andrew came on, and obviously this whole idea, or the whole subject of Based Oracle and this debate that's going to happen apparently came up. Right? It just has to. You can't get away from it. It's it's just going to come up. So Andrew was actually really relaxed and very accommodating with information. Yeah, 100% he's watching. And he'll go make a podcast about it in a little bit. He can't help himself, which is fine. It's good. And so it's an interesting because Based is or BO. I'm just going to call him BO from now on. It does not mean body odor. It's not what we're talking about here. It mean, so BO has put out this legend, okay, and it's what it is. It's a legend that Andrew was afraid to debate him. Well, what actually happened is Andrew told Based, sure, I'll debate you, but I'm really busy and it might be a while. Now, Andrew has all this in DMs. He offered to send it to me last night. I told him, whatever, I don't give a fuck. You can send it to me or not. If Andrew says it, I'll believe it because that's, as of right now, he's not told he's not told an untruth that I'm aware of. And if he wants to send it to me, great. That's great. He should. So Andrew had they'd had this really nice conversation about how Based would debate Andrew, and Andrew was 100% okay with it. BO decided that that it wasn't happening fast enough, apparently. And so he kind of pushed Andrew a little bit. And Andrew said, hey, look, sometimes this stuff's 60, 90 days out. I have a lot of people, I have a lot of things. I'm on whatever. I've got all this stuff going on. I have a family of kids, a wife. Look, I got things to do. I will get to, I promise. And one of the things he said in the debate in the discussion last night was, hey, it could take 60 days or so just to get an answer. And people email him every week and say, hey, don't forget about me. And he would reply back, hey, I got you. So this flies in the face of Base's argument, or BO's argument, that Andrew was afraid to face him, right? So then what I feel like the issue is that BO was not happy with the speed at which Andrew was operating and decided to put pressure on him. And that's when I think that this, and I have not seen it. I probably should go watch it. I just haven't had time, really. I have other things to do. But BO did his now kind of infamous stream about how sorry, I'm fucking with my microphone here. BO decided that it wasn't happening fast enough, so he started a stream where he was doing a live stream where he was kind of tearing into Andrew. Andrew showed up, called him on it, Based accused him of spurging out and then banned him from the channel, kicked him off the channel when they were live. That's a pussy move. I'm just going to say it right now. Look, if you're arguing with me in, BO didn't, I mean, he shouldn't have kicked Andrew off. I mean, that's, yeah, it seems he was very impatient. Right. Yeah. It does confuse me. So it is very confusing. So that now they've got this whole, now Base is now saying that Andrew was spurging out and he kicked him and Andrew lost control and he was angry and all this. Well, okay, maybe. I don't know. I didn't see it. I need to watch it. I really do need to watch it. I haven't watched it. You can call me on that. You can say I'm a dickhead for not doing that. And you're right. I haven't watched it. Fuck me, son of a bitch. But what happened next is even worse. So then Based is still reaching out to Andrew. BO is still pestering this man to get a debate. So Andrew did what I would do. And this is actually right out of my playbook. He said, yeah, it's going to cost you the original $500 you offered me to debate plus another $500. If you want to debate me, if you want me to break line and move you to the front of the line, then you're going to have to pay. Well, Based is now going around using that and presenting it as without the previous conversations, right? BO is presenting this information as factual with none of the entailments heading into it, right? So if you look at it, if you don't know any better and you look at it, it looks like Andrew's being unreasonable, asking for money when he said that he always debates for free. And BO is very, very vigorous in pointing out that Andrew's always said that he would debate for free. He would never charge to debate. But here he is asking for not $500, but $1,000 to debate. But he doesn't give you the whole story. He doesn't tell you that he already had a debate. He just had to wait. He didn't want to wait, so he backbit. When he backbit and Andrew found out and came on the stream, things got heated and he kicked Andrew off. Andrew at that point was like, fuck it, who cares? I'll never debate you now. Why would I? Why would I give you my time? This would be to be honest with you, that would be my position. At that point, if you don't want to talk to me so badly, you kick me off, fuck you. I don't want to talk to you. You obviously don't want to talk to me. Say whatever you want to say. The internet's a big place. Not my first day on the big bad internets. Fuck you. Fuck me. Fuck everybody. We're all fucked. I'm an asshole. So screw it. But Andrew is, he's getting, Andrew's being, honestly, I think he finds it comical. I don't know that. Look, I'm projecting my perception onto Andrew. I think Andrew finds it comical. I think he finds it very funny that somebody who obviously does not like him is going through so much trouble to get a debate with somebody. If I hate somebody, I don't want to fucking talk to them. Okay. I wouldn't talk to you. Right. I don't seek out people I don't like. Fuck those guys. Fuck them. That's just the way it works. Right. I don't know if anybody else does that. I don't do that. Fuck those guys. They can piss up a rope, as we used to say. Anyway, so the whole thing's comical. So then Andrew goes on the Raging Tomato. We all saw that. We know what was going on. BO comes on immediately after Andrew leaves. Andrew leaves. Now this is what's dumb as fuck. Okay, look in chat. If I'm wrong, call me out. But this is what's dumb as fuck. Andrew had just left. His wife was still in the audience. Glenn and I were up on stage talking. And Rachel Wilson was in the audience responding. And all of a sudden, B.O. comes on. I did invoke him. I'm sorry. B.O. comes on and he starts kind of raging a little bit. Glenn, I don't know if Glenn's still here. But he kind of raged. He kind of raged towards, well, the first thing is he came at me like I called him a liar in one of my podcasts. I've never said anything mean about the man up until that point. And I'm like, no, roll tape. If you think I called you a liar, roll tape on it. And if I did, I'll fucking eat it right now. I don't call, if I call you a liar, I fucking mean you're a liar. I'll tell it to your face. I don't backbite. I will fuck you up right in the front of your face. So then he had this whole tactic where he was trying to do this weird thing where, he would say, since he said that Andrew's a grifter and I agreed that he didn't lie, then obviously I agreed that Andrew's a grifter. It's such a fucking 8th grade bullshit technique. It's just the way it is. So how do you not know Andrew's not going to see that? Like this is the dumb thing. Like Andrew obviously was still there. Just because he wasn't on stage anymore and he wasn't in the chat doesn't mean he wasn't watching. So Based had to have known it. I would hope. I hope he's not that stupid. Maybe he is. I don't know. Glenn would know. I don't think he's that stupid. I think he meant to do it. I think he meant to piss him off. And Andrew saw it, and and he was a little unhappy with the way things went, which I can see that. But at the end of the day, Based is just been going around talking shit and just being Based or being BO. Now I did see him on Glenn's today, and he kind of didn't say anything about Andrew finally. But honestly, if you're making your entire life about another man, something wrong, man. Something wrong. So Andrew is always watching. He literally has eyes everywhere. And it really did put, yes, I agree, ZD Den, it did actually put Glenn in a really bad spot because I believe that Glenn feels like that him and BO are friends, and he didn't want to call anybody out. I think Glenn was trying to act 100% in good faith, and it wasn't. What's up, Dave? How are you? Hi, Imp Dave. He did actually talk shit about Andrew when he first got there. Hey, look, man, it's just, people do things. They do what they do, right? That's the way it is. And it's totally cool. But my entire deal on this is, I did actually send Andrew the link. I don't think he's on the internet at all today. He told me last night that he was pretty fucking clear too, that he was not coming on the damn internet today. He was going to spend time with his wife and family and was not coming on the internet. He's obviously he has eyes everywhere, spies around every corner. But Kat, are you bored with this tale?
A little bit. What's going on? I don't know who body odor is. I don't care.
Yeah. Well, that's good that you don't know, because I don't think he likes women. So
that's fine. Good for him.
Yeah, that's true. Andrew literally has eyes everywhere. All right, guys. So that is that's my whole thing on the deal. I don't know anymore. I found it really interesting that people came that I somehow got wrapped up in it. I was called a ball licker. that and accused that I lick Andrew's balls and that's the only way that I have been successful is by licking Andrew's balls. And I thought that was fucking funny. I don't know if anyone else finds that funny, but I think it's pretty fucking funny. I feel like I'm reasonably entertaining. I'm not, look, man, I'm not Frank Sinatra. I'm just being honest. I'm not Fred Astaire. I can't play the banjo or the fiddle. So I'm obviously not that talented. However, I didn't, I don't feel, I don't feel like I've been licking anybody's balls.
Oh boy.
That's I just don't feel like that. I don't feel like that's happened. So yeah. So anyway, that's all I really wanted to say about this. I had to say it because I know everybody's been wondering about it and everybody's been that's fucking god damn it. That's pretty fucking funny. That is pretty fucking funny. Yeah.
What?
Teriak, I don't know what you're saying. A groomer? Or what's he grooming? His ball sack? His hair down there? Men should not care about their hair down there. That's gross. So, yeah. But I did actually find that his debate of Glenn and Viking this morning was very interesting because it was the least, it was the least good faith argument I think I've ever seen ever. Is Ben Thorpe over on Easy's? Ben Thorpe over there? So Drake, it's cool, man. You look it's I said it, you can clip it, whatever. Everybody clips all my shit anyway, it doesn't matter. Who cares? Oh, that's funny. And boom. Come on, Kat. That's funny.
Okay.
All right. Kat, talk about something you want to talk about.
Okay, cool.
Except demons. That can't talk about demons.
I got nothing. Let's see. I could tell you guys stories of my first dates that sucked.
Yeah, that'd be good. Give that. Hey, I don't know how do you say Dimchin? DMM, whatever. Look, I had to because I was there. I saw it. I know I'm going to get questioned or asked about it. I like to clear air. I want everybody to know exactly where I stand because then when somebody lies, there's like 80 people right now that could go, nope, that's not what he said. Plus, it's on video. All on video, bruv. It's all there. So, but yeah, we can't give the guy any more clout. And also, he's on a clout tour, so fuck that guy. Wicked Wally, verbal combat. All right, that sounds good. That sounds real good. Hope he wins. All right. Girl stuff. Go with girl stuff. We're gonna lead off with some girl stuff. Men, guard your loins.
Oh my gosh. Okay. There's this one boy that I was young when I was dating.
So you're like 40?
Oh my gosh. No, like maybe like 16, something like that. Anyways, there's a boy I liked. I went to hang out with him. His mom was there, and his mom, this is like to piggyback off what the other weirdo said. His mom was like found out I was a virgin, of course. And she's like, oh, you shouldn't wait forever to do that. My boy is very good looking. And if you want, I'll get you on birth control and I'll get you an abortion if you need one. We don't have to tell your parents.
What?
This is what's out there.
That's crazy.
Literally, like the things people will say is insane. There was, let's see, trying to think of another good one. Oh, I dated a very, very wealthy dude. We're talking about like his family owned skyscrapers in like 12 different countries, like wealthy. Like these people were old money, old dirt, like money,
Damn,
money.
son.
And he really liked me, but he was super weird. Because my dad always told me, like, you're never be for sale. Don't let anybody buy you anything. They'll think, it's like a trade for something. You know what I mean? So he was constantly like, do you want this? Do you want that? If I looked over at something, he was like, do you want me to buy it? I'm like, no, what is wrong with you? Can you just talk to me? I just need to get to know you to see if you're a psycho. And he was confused, but he really liked me. And then one time he was like, oh, I have to go to business in Spain. Come with me. We can be on a private jet. Everything's great, whatever. And I'm like, I think I was maybe 19 at the time. I'm like, I'm 19 years old. I am not going to go in a plane with somebody and get trafficked or God knows what in another country and be
Yikes.
stuck over there. Like, I'm not stupid. I see the girls now are stupid, but like back when I was a kid, we were not stupid like that. We're like, no, I do not know you. You are not my husband. I'm not going on a vacation with you. I'm not getting in a plane with you. That's absolutely insane. And when I said that to him, he's like, oh, I'll get you your own hotel room. I swear it's not like that. Just so like we can get to know each other and hang out. We'll go to dinner after I'm done with work. And I'm like, no, I'm not going to go sit there in some hotel room. And then after you're done with work for the day, you go have dinner with me. And I know what else is going to come. I'm not an idiot. Even though I was 19, I was not stupid. So anyways, that's the kind of weird stuff I had to deal with. There's another one who also comes from a very wealthy family. And he told me something absolutely insane. I told him I was half Cuban.
Before you
Go
get
on.
started,
Go on.
Steve Sandman, I always represent everything as truthfully as I possibly can. I have to, because otherwise I would feel bad about it, and then it would age me dramatically. So I just don't do that. And then, Kat, for you, we have. Did you ever date Florida Man?
No, I don't know. What is like a psycho Florida person, like a alligator hunter?
The typical meth, smells of beer at 8 o'clock in the morning.
No, thank you.
Lives on a fishing trawler, maybe in off a dock somewhere. So, Drake, yes, she is half Cubano. She's half Persian and half Cubano. So both halves will stab you.
Mm-hmm.
Just saying.
Yes.
So,
anyways, next one. Another very, very wealthy guy, comes from an extremely wealthy family. Seems like a nice ginger Jewish boy, like a sweet looking boy. You never expect what came out of this one's mouth. So we're having dinner. And I told him like I was half Cuban. He's like, oh, I went to Cuba before. And this was like way before people were really able to go there. And I'm like, oh, really? How'd you get there? And he's like, oh, you different passports, blah, blah, blah. You can get there. I'm like, okay, cool. And then he's like, that in Cuba, you can pay only $100 and they'll let you kill someone. Yeah.
interesting.
Yeah. And I'm just like, what? And yeah, he's going on about how, oh, well, they want to die. Like they have like an illness or something. And it's a way that their family can get some money, and dollars are worth a lot over there. So you get to experience that, and it's helping their family. Yeah.
That's interesting. We have a lot of comments coming in there. Pretty interesting. Men aren't used to women like this. They're so used to women who want stuff and have sex. That's true. Annie, ANI, who is from Eastern Europe, Georgia, I believe, is in the house. Welcome. You're not usually here. She loves our background. My background is, a lot of people for some reason think that that's a fake background, but it's actually, that's all real. Let's see. I have a certain set of skills. Yeah, that's true. That's accurate. Accuracy matters, and I am accurate. You have Annie is allowed to simp. She's a girl. Kat demonstrates a great trait for mentioning her father in a respectful way. Kat, actually, that's a great thing. Why don't you talk about your dad? Because it's always great when you do. So just go ahead and throw that out there.
Okay, well, now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Why not now?
Okay. So, like I was saying, one thing he always said is never let anybody buy you anything, because then they'll think that, you owe them something. They'll feel entitled to something. So one of my big rules is like, it's okay to like go to dinner, and if they offer to pay because they invited you to pay, that's fine. But if they're trying to buy you gifts or offer to take you places, that's like a hard no, always. Like, do not accept a gift. No one should be buying you a gift unless they are like your exclusive boyfriend, you're about to be married and stuff like that. Like, yes, because you don't want to be seen as that type of girl that is for sale. If you're the type of girl that's for sale, they just have to name their price. You're still for sale. And no real well-bred guy will want a woman who's for sale, because if you're for sale, then another guy can come along with more money and just buy you from him later on. Or they know like you're just there for the money, and then if the money goes away, you're gone. There's no real loyalty. There's no substance to that type of a person. Yeah, so that's a big one. The other thing is always look at what somebody does. Never listen to what they say. Like if they sweet talk you, they make you promises, it's always don't even bother listening to it. Nothing that they say matters, is only actions. The only thing that you need to pay attention to is actions. And I say this because this saved me the most. Because when I was dating my husband, he literally told me, "Oh, I don't like you like that. I don't want anything serious." Like he was the complete opposite of every other guy that's like trying to scam you. That were like, "Oh yeah, like let's get married." They would dangle marriage. Especially back then, they were very nice to dangle marriage, to try to get a good girl to sleep with them or whatever. And I always knew, no, if you say that, show me. But with him, he was like, "No, I don't want anything." And then I would just look at what he does. Calls me at the same time every day, remembers everything I say. Like I said, I was lactose intolerant. He got pills for that, would put that out when we went to dinner. Like remembering every little detail, writing down notes of things I said. Things like stuff that my dad does, which like literally what my dad does, he would do. And then I'm like, this is what you need. Someone who shows you. And then eventually he realized he was just trying to, be cool, play it cool, when I'm not really that interested in you, I think it's like the pickup artist thing, to go back to that. They tell guys this stupid, idiotic stuff like, pretend you don't care, man. Just play it cool. She's gonna, get hooked on you. And it really could have lost him a lot. But since I was trained by my dad, look what they do. I saw a discrepancy. So I said, let me keep dating him a little bit more and see, how things go. When the other one would be like, when anybody else would be like, just take them for their word. Guys are very honest with what they say. No, they're not. Everybody's trying to play some stupid little game. People are scared of commitment. They're scared of being hurt. People act weird when they're scared. So I don't listen to them. I look at them. Yeah. What do you think? Is that enough?
What do you remember? Do you remember telling me about how your dad ran like credit checks and background checks on all your boyfriends? Well, that's pretty funny.
Yeah, yeah. But like before they got to the point where they met my dad, I would go on a few dates with them. And then they'd have to be like, I want to be your boyfriend. And then I would take them to meet my dad. But you have to, you have to like play the little game. And the other thing, the biggest thing that he said, my dad said, never go to anybody's house, never go to the apartment, never go anywhere where there's like a bedroom where you're alone with them. Never ever do that. You meet separate cars, you go to the restaurant, go to the movie, get back in your own car, go home. Period.
Yes, exactly. I like your dad. I like your dad. I don't even know your dad. I like your dad.
Very strict, but he was like a big time whore. So, I mean, he knew all the tricks. And when a big time whore has a kid, they're usually like a cute little girl. That's the punishment.
Yeah. That's funny though. That's really funny. I really do. I mean, your dad's just based as hell, man. That's really really good. And that's interesting because if it's not your dad, it needs to be somebody else that helps you vet the men in your life. And for men, I would ask my I'd ask my bros, like, hey, what do you think about do you think this chick's like being honest with me or what the fuck? Like, because women lie. I don't know if you know this, Kat. Women lie.
Most people lie. You have to find the rare. Some people lie even when they're good people, like my stupid husband trying to be cool. People lie.
He's standing there, isn't he? He's standing there in the doorway, isn't he? You're just making fun of him because you can. You're on camera, and he can't do anything right now. He can't throw anything at you or anything like that. He can't throw his dirty socks at you or anything like that. That's why you're saying that? Maybe. Yeah, I know how that works. Well, that is actually pretty based, Cap. Hey, by the way, chat guys, all of the promotional stuff that Josie has been doing and you guys have been doing, we're at 1,830 subs right now. I literally think that in the last 2 days we've gained over 1,000. Because last time I looked, I was like 700, 710, something like that. And right now it's sitting at 1,830. That's pretty fucking impressive, honestly. And I want to thank all of you guys because you guys make it possible. I'm really not much, look, I'm the least important part of this machine. You guys are the machine, and I just like talk. So, guys, salute. That's really awesome, and it really helps out. All of this stuff. It's really great. Kat, that's pretty awesome. I mean, obviously you're part of that too, and I want to thank you. I really need. Kat actually has a lot of really good things to say, and you just have to pull it out of her like teeth. We just like teeth, and
fact.
But you do have a lot of really, really good things to say. And especially, talking about, it's when I get you talking about your dad and dating and all of that, you have really good information, really good insight that the women that listen to the channel can relate to. And the men it gives the young men, especially, a picture into what they should be doing. As much as young men need to listen to me telling them, hey, go do this, go do that, or whatever, which they don't need that. They're smart people anyway. But what they really also need is they need the validation of a woman who's been married, who's dated, who has had all of that experience telling them, hey, this is what's going to work and this is what isn't going to work. And this is what I experienced and this is what I hated. And this is what all of my friends like, so, she doesn't really get angry, but she will fall off the chair if she's not paying attention and I put her up on the solo screen. That's pretty damn funny, honestly. And so you guys have a So you guys, pay attention to what Kat says. Kat has a lot of really good information, and really got to hand it to her. So, it's really good stuff. So, all right. So Max K, where does a guy go to find a girl who's not completely ruined? 304.
Okay, someone also said that every time they go on a date with a girl, they have a guy on the side that they're banging. Ay, ay, ay. I don't,
I mean,
and the fact
not
that you,
wrong.
yeah, but even like, let's say that they are, why are they telling you? Like, that means that they have pride in a shameful activity. And when girls say things like they can't go without it, I'm not going to say it because you said don't talk about those things, but I know you know what I think is in them.
Demons. Yeah.
Because you should have control, whether you're a guy or a girl, of your faculties, and to say, this is good for me, this is bad for me, and not be like, you're not an animal. You're not just like some baser like type of animal. Like, what is wrong with people that fall into that, or they identify with that? Oh, I have needs. It's really like, control yourself. Like, stop watching the stuff on the internet and like, getting it in your head and then wanting to go do it everywhere.
I always default to stop listening to your ignorant single friends because they're fucking single, and go listen to old married people. That's again, going back to the subject of tonight's discussion. That's the thing that pickup artists lack, is a basis in reality, because they're not based in reality. They can't be, because they're giving you advice on how to find a woman for marriage, but they are not married, or they're married and divorced, which is worse, because that means you fucked it up. You made bad decisions, and you're obviously still have work to do. So I really, and Max K is an old married person, so you can listen to Max K. Max K is also apparently a really smart guy, so I would listen to him if he chooses to give information. Here's actually a thing that a metric that I've always used since I was a very young person. In my life, well, actually, so I worked with this guy. It was an old crotchety kind of guy. And he basically told me that one day we were talking about, how do you know who to believe? Especially in some of this stuff that's not, it's technical information, but it's not super technical information, and there's open to interpretation is a real thing. So what do you think? How do you believe, how can I know that you're telling me the truth? And he said, well, here's the thing. I'm a guy that has experience. I know what I'm talking about. I've done this for years. And I have the integrity enough in myself to say, if I say, and I use the same metric, if I say I know this, or this is the way this is, that's 100%. Take it to the bank. It's as good as a check. Cash it. It's 100%. It's good. It's good information. There's no chance that I'm wrong about it. I am right. There just isn't any. There's no room for interpretation. If I say I think so, it means I'm 99% sure. But you should check, but I'm 99% sure. But if you don't check, you're probably still going to be okay, because I wouldn't say it otherwise. If I say I seem to recall, or something else that's a little less firm, it means I probably am right about it, because I won't give you bad information, but my information could be out of date, or I may simply be misremembering, and so you should definitely go check for yourself. And then the last thing he said was, if I tell you I don't fucking know, it means I probably do know, but I may not have the most up-to-date information, or my information may not apply to your situation. So you need to go figure it out for your fucking self. And that stuck with me my whole life. I've ever since Drew told me that, that's like a defining moment, you know, where you just go, wow, that's exactly how a man should speak of things. I know, I think, I seem to recall, I don't fucking know. Super easy to remember. And that's a problem, is a lot of people will say, nope, I know this. And they read one line of an article on the fucking internet. They read the title of an article on the internet and they never read the rest of it. And that's a problem we have in this information super age that we have right now. And I don't know what to do about it other than, you know, shoot a bunch of people. But, you know, we can't do that. They can't, or at least I'm told we can't. Yeah. So, yeah. Good stuff. Not everybody. People hide stuff too. There's a side conversation going on in chat. I think this is a very good one. People hide things. They lie. They will tell you that they don't have a girlfriend when they have a girl, or, you know, and in a girl's case, that they don't have a boyfriend when they absolutely have a boyfriend. They're just not sure they want to stay in that relationship. They're on the fence. They're waffling. It's called a waffle. It's where they're doing this. So, yeah, there you go. Kevin's got it. What's up, Landers? Been here since the beginning. Old Kevin has. Love that guy. Bigger problem is you read the entire article, but it has no more useful information. It's full of fluff. That's a real thing these days. That is a real thing. Did I miss something, Flint? We got something going on over there I need to know about? Oh, there we go. Okay. Never mind. That's okay. Okay, good. That's fine. I lost my train of thought. Josie is in the house. Yep. Placeholder girlfriend and boyfriends. That's a real thing these days. That really didn't exist in my age. I'm sure. I know Kat has some experience with this. She's talked about that with some of her friends, or not, maybe not friends. What social circle? What do you call them, Kat? Are they your friends?
You know,
People
like
you know?
classmates.
Classmates. Okay.
Co-workers.
Co-workers. Your work at home co-workers?
No, before I used to work.
Before, okay. Back when you were gainfully employed.
Yes.
So, okay. And what happened there? What was that? What was that all about?
Like placeholders?
Yeah, placeholder boyfriend, girlfriends. How did that manifest itself in your experience?
No, I had one. I mean,
I had one?
Yeah, I didn't know I was his placeholder one, of course.
Oh, you were the the placeholder.
Yeah.
Holy crap. Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
This is the thing, guys. It happens. No matter how much you know, you could still get got.
You could still get got, guys. Still get got.
So anyways, I thought I was with a good, because, you know, I had like 2 boyfriends, my husband, right? I went on lots of first dates, millions.
A lot of first dates. Sorry.
Millions. Anyway, so I thought he was a good guy. I got out of a 6-year relationship, went on tons of dates. And I said, well, this is a nice guy. Friends of a friend. Yeah.
Guys, the chat moves really fast. If you want something, if you want an answer to something, you have a question, I hate to say it, you're probably better off to super chat it, or I'm probably going to miss it. I did catch this one from Emmanuel, but unfortunately, it's just you guys are killing it. So I'm trying to keep up, but just throwing that out there, because if you want an answer to something, then you probably need to throw out a little bit of a super chat. So Josie's mad at me.
It's okay.
It's okay. She's always mad at me. So it's nothing new. It's fine. It's okay. I live in a state of Josie being angry with me All right, I'm sorry. A placeholder is a
me. Someone you're dating but you don't want to marry, but you're wasting their time.
good for now girl. Men divide women typically don't do this. Men divide women into categories. They're very clear cut. They're no fucking way, good for now, wife material. There's variations of this. Like you could add in like, recreational use only or whatever. But generally, good for now girls are recreational use only, or that's the lower end of good for now girls. I actually did that. I did that sort of sorting myself. So I know about that. So, but yeah. All right. There you go.
Okay.
Sorry. I interrupted you.
All right.
We had to have an answer.
Yes. So this guy, he was older than me, much older than me. I was just probably starting or early in college, and he's got a job. He's, computers, whatever, science, programming, hacking, whatever the hell they do. So he's got a decent job, and he looked like a grown up. Remember, I'm very young still. So I was dating people who were like my age up until then. Well, pretty much the same age. And then I'm like, okay, let me try someone who's more established, that's ready to get married in my mind, right? So I date this guy. And then I realize he's not really, he keeps, like, if I try to bring up marriage, the future, blah, 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 he just like picks a fight. And then he'd be like, oh, well, we're fighting, so we can't talk about the future. So let's work on this relationship for a few months, and then we'll talk about the future. And it just like kept on happening, like a little cycle, like you get into that. And then I just like realized, oh, he's just wasting my time. Like very clearly, just like giving you like they call it like breadcrumbing. Like I'll give you a little bit just to keep you around, but I'm never gonna like marry you type of thing. And then like about a year in, he's like, oh, maybe I'll marry you when you make at least $100,000 a year. Mind you, I'm in college. He is dating a early college girl. It's going to be, and I'm doing something that needs a master's plus to start getting like a job. And to make $100,000, especially way back then, very few people made $100,000 right off the bat when they graduated. That's freaking insanity. Even now, now there's some jobs, maybe let's say you can start off with that, but it's very rare. Your first job, you're going to make that. So he's basically saying, wait around for 10 plus years. Maybe I'll marry you. Was the thing. Yeah. So as soon as I heard that, that's
the impossible goal, right? That's like,
yeah.
Like, it's like saying I'd never want to marry you without saying I never want to marry you.
Yeah. No, but he was very serious. He was one of those guys. He really meant that. He wanted like a sugar mama. He wanted someone. And then the next girl that he met, she had her own, she was older. He realized, oh, if I want someone to, pay bills, they got to be older and established. So he got with a girl who was older than him, had her own house, a nice car, and I'm like she already had a master's degree or whatever. And then he married her. And then he told me, because I'm still friends with some of his friends, and they had said so that after they got married, he found out that his wife, who he thought was like a great catch, has, a home and is going to financially help him out, has like over $150,000 worth of school debt. She's not making the amount of money she said she was making. The house has like, I don't know how many mortgages on it. I'm not trying to be mean, but sometimes you get what you deserve in life.
Well, that's actually That's actually very true. I do believe that you get what you deserve in life. I mean, sometimes we get better than we deserve. I certainly do not deserve my wife. I mean, my wife is awesome. So, I'm very, very fortunate, in literally every way to have the wife that I have. But, it's interesting that you had some interesting dating experiences, Kat. I'm not gonna lie, it's a little crazy. A little crazy.
I mean, people are crazy. People are, just go out, just look around.
Yeah. The world is crazy these days. Crazy. It's crazy town. So how did you start dating your husband? I'm just curious.
Oh,
you don't have to go like in deep detail or anything.
No. I can go in deep. I don't care. I just broke up with that one, the one that was stringing me along. What a waste of my time. And then I was like, I'm getting older. I need to find someone yesterday. And I was very, very clear. I was never going to spend.
Now, when you say you were getting older, you were what, like 20?
Maybe. But look, I was not stupid.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like, I know, even back then, all my friends knew this too, which is weird that the girls don't know this now, that you have an expiration date, your early 20s. That is where you can get the best bang for your buck. So, you have to be the hunter. You can't sit around and just wait for somebody to come into your lap. You got to go out there, whatever. So I went on, this is a long time ago. So there was like MySpace. I don't know if you guys know what that is, but it's like after Friendster.
I have MySpace.
Yeah. Anyway, so I go on MySpace. I'm like crying because I had just broken up with my last boyfriend because he was just wasting my time. And it was New Year's Eve. And all my friends are calling me to come out and party, and I'm crying. And they're like, don't cry, come out with us, blah, 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 blah. And I didn't. And I go on there, I'm like, what am I looking for? I just put it in the search and put it in like a certain radius because you could do that in MySpace. And the first guy that popped up, I'm like, he's good enough. He's cute. Messaged him. I just said hi. That was all I said. He probably goes, looks at my picture, says, oh, this is cute. All right, I'll message her back. And then he asked me on a date.
Oh, hold on. You cold called him?
I messaged him. Yeah.
Yeah, just cold.
Yeah. It's called hunting.
It's bold strategy, Cotton. It's a bold strategy. That's bold. That's bold.
What, are you supposed to wait around for somebody? Like, no. You have to go and hunt. If you want a good girl, you have to hunt. You want a good guy.
But he wasn't hunting.
Hunt.
He was
not hunting.
You were pursuing.
Mm-hmm.
You were aggressive.
Not aggressive, like, ugh, but I said hi. I mean, what?
You're the you were the cat in that analogy. Cat.
Yeah. So
okay.
Yeah.
So this was like what? This was what, like
the 1800s. Yeah.
MySpace was like 2005, 2004.
Right when it came out. Like, I think maybe it was Friendster. I'm not sure which.
Friendster.
It might have either been Friendster or early MySpace.
So we're talking like,
I don't know.
0203.
1800s.
0203, somewhere along in there.
Something like that. Anyway, so I meet him at a restaurant. The conversation did not flow well. It was like, I've been on many first dates. Even if I don't like the person, there's usually like, I can make a conversation. But this one, it was really hard to get the conversation going. So I didn't have much hope for it. And he started out saying that something stupid. I think he was nervous and like, just like dropping the ball.
I could see that.
So anyways, he was talking about like, oh, my grandfather has millions of dollars and he's going to die soon and I'm going to get an inheritance. And I know in his point of view, he was trying to say, look, I have enough money for a family, pick me type of thing. But in my mind, I'm like, this asshole doesn't love his family, that he's waiting for his grandfather to die. Yes. So there was some miscommunication early on. Right? Anyways, so we left at the end of the date. He could tell he was not going to get a kiss because I do not do that. So he put his arm out and I shook his hand, which is like the most contact I usually do on a first date. So, I mean, that's a win for him. That's the most I've done. So good for him. Yeah. And then I didn't call him. He didn't call me. And then like a couple weeks later, he's like, I can tell you kind of don't like me that much, but why don't we just go to this movie I want to see as friends? No pressure, whatever.
Was it Hitch?
No, it wasn't. I don't even remember what the movie was, to be honest. But anyways, we went to a movie. I got the food. He got the tickets. And then, we just kind of did that every other weekend, every other Saturday for a couple months. It was very slow. Like I'm very... I guess slow to figure out that he liked
apparently
me.
So
yeah, and then
no pouncing. Don't cats pounce? Cats are
not
supposed
this
to
one.
pounce. Okay. Well, while you're refreshing your memory, Siege D says definitely talk to Glenn about Steve Sandman, or as I like to call him, Old Man Sandman. Very wise dude. His content is just collabs with other channels. Yeah, Glenn. I'll talk with Glenn. A little later. Glenn's gone to get his stream ready right now, I'm sure. And I'll talk to him. I liked what the guy had to say too, and I think I want him on the show for sure. So yeah. So interesting. This is very interesting. So, but again, I think two things here. First, you're in Miami, which is a ridiculously competitive market, right? And you didn't fuck on first dates, which puts you at a disadvantage. So very interesting. Very interesting.
But I mean, I'm going to be very honest because they assume everybody's like super degenerate. I have never in all my life, in all the times I've dated, have anyone try to touch me or kiss me or pressure me or even insinuate that they want anything. Like on a first date. That has just never happened. I know everybody talks about all these girls, doing stuff. There has to be, you have to be giving a vibe to even get that. Like, what are you doing? I've never got like, what do you call it? A member pick, if you will. Like those things like girls are always complaining about, oh, my DMs are full of like male's genitalia. And I'm just like, what are you putting out there? What kind of vibes are you putting out there that you're attracting these things?
A trap. It's a trap. Nobody wants dick pics. I'm just telling you right now. Interesting, Kat. Very interesting. Very interesting. I can't believe I had not asked you that before. Yeah. How long did you date before you got married?
Okay, I'm trying to think because we met, we dated. He said, boyfriend, girlfriend, whatever. But then, no, early on, before boyfriend and girlfriend, when we were just like going to movies, he said, I'm going to take this class, so I'm not going to be able to talk to you for a few months. So then I was like, whatever. So I keep dating guys because I'm like, that could be like I don't want to see you again type of thing. So he was like failing trigonometry. Yeah, because if someone's like,
off.
Yeah,
wow,
for like I don't know when I'm going to be able to talk to you after like pass this trigonometry. It's my last chance to pass this class or something. So I'm like, okay, he doesn't like me, whatever. So I'm dating other people. Nothing. Then he comes back and he's like, I passed the class. Then we started dating again. And I would say if you take out that section where we didn't talk or anything, maybe a year. But I mean, pretty much I basically captured him.
You captured him.
Mm-hmm.
Trapped him. You seem very satisfied.
Yeah, I am. Look, that's what you got to do out there, guys. If you want something good, you gotta catch them. You gotta hunt and you gotta catch them. And unsuspecting victims are the best.
Disavow. No, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Look, we're already getting free Cat's husband in the.
No. But let me say this part. I remember
All right.
the first, like, when we started dating seriously, whatever. I called up my girlfriend and I'm like, "Oh, I'm gonna marry this one." Hey, whoa! What is this?
What? Your public loves you.
No, not this close though. This is a little too much real estate.
How is that too much?
Anyways,
you have too much cat.
Go hunting, guys. Anyways, so yeah, I told my friends I'm gonna marry him. Blah blah blah. He was still playing that hard to get game with me, but showing me that he really liked me with his actions. So I was not falling for it. And everybody's like, when somebody says that, you should listen to what they say. And I'm like, he doesn't know what's good for him.
You told him what's good for him.
Exactly. I'm like, he doesn't know. Yes, I am a kidnapper. He is my.
Oh, this is awesome. You heard it here, guys. I can't offer better entertainment than this. I just can't offer it. This is totally unscripted. Free Cat's husband, the poor guy. He's probably standing in the door right now laughing at her, pointing at her, going, "Hey, actually, he probably went to bed already. He's probably like, you know what?
He's watching his shooting up game, whatever man shows.
He does man stuff?
I don't know. I don't pay attention. He shoots.
What does he shoot? What does he shoot?
Why would you ask me that? It's a weapon.
Is it a firearm or?
Yes. It's a firearm of some sort. It's like this big. It's black.
Now we've crossed into territory where now we got to have your husband on.
He doesn't know anything about guns. He has like maybe 2 or maybe 3.
He knows things about guns. He just doesn't talk to you about guns.
Well, I mean, he doesn't want me to fall asleep.
He doesn't want you to fall asleep. Yeah, right. He just doesn't talk to you about guns. He knows things. Is it a rifle or a pistol, Cat?
I don't know, but the big one has a silencer.
Nice. Does he go to matches or do you just go to the range?
Just the range by himself.
Nice. He's only got a couple. We're gonna have to help him. We're gonna have to have an intervention. I'm not really sure what your bank account looks like right now, but we're gonna fix that, and we're going to we're gonna get that we can get you set up. We're here for your husband, Cat. We're going to pump those numbers up. We're going to get rid of those rookie numbers. We're going to get him into the big leagues, just like the rest of us. And we're just going to have to, feel like I'm going to have to make a trip to Miami.
Oh my gosh.
Feel like we're going to have to. Clover, do you like Florida this time of year?
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
He needs
That's
shooting friends. If anyone is in Miami, come and shoot with him.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll do that.
He doesn't have like people who want to do that. All his stupid friends are boring.
James Daniel, I live in Tennessee. It is amazing. I love it. It is so good. It's so choice. Kat, you should move to Tennessee.
But we're in like the money state now. This is where all the money is, and his patients are the upper echelons of money. So he can't be with poors. All of his patients are like billionaires.
Well, that's good for him.
It is. By design.
Yeah, we got a lot of medical stuff here. I don't know why, but Tennessee's like a medical epicenter. I don't know what's going on with that. It's weird. Your husband's a doctor?
Yeah, he does functional medicine stuff and acupuncture stuff.
Oh, I had dry needling done on my knee. That's why my knee healed so fast. See, ask him if he knows about dry needling.
Of course.
Yeah, that's how my knee. So I actually was when I hurt my knee, I had abused it for so long without treating it that even though they put so my hip, they shot some kind. I'm assuming it's a steroid of some kind in with like a needle that was so big that it guided in with an ultrasound. Like I was like, really? And they're like, yeah. This is a big one and this is going to hurt. And it did. They were right about that. And then on my knee, I had 2 shots in my knee. The second one, the first one really helped. Second one didn't help as much. And then he's like, okay, we'll try PT now. And so the PT guy was like, I think what you need is dry needling. And I'm like, I don't know what that is, but okay. And so it's like kind of like acupuncture, but they activate the muscles that have like knotted up for so long that they won't unknot or whatever. And it was amazing how well it worked. Like absolutely crazy for me. I don't know about how it works for anybody else, but for me, it was absolutely crazy how well it worked. Yeah, it worked out pretty good. And at the end of the day, I mean, it made not the biggest difference, but it was pretty good. So I'm not Unconventional Man. I don't know. Is Unconventional Man in the chat? I am very close to Vanderbilt Medical Center. So yeah. Yeah, Ben Shapiro's here now. I wonder if his wife works at Vanderbilt, actually. That'd be pretty interesting. So, yep, Tennessee is I know. Yeah, I know. Oh no, she moved to South Carolina. I was going to say I know a really awesome female firearms trainer that you could work with, and she's a weightlifting person and all that. She's awesome. Absolutely awesome. Yeah. She moved to South Carolina, though, I think. I think she got a job. Yep. Oh, Unconventional Man is on Speakeasy stream. Okay, yeah. I was like, why are you? I'm not that guy. That's another guy. It's close, though. Unconventional, unreasonable. Pretty close. Pretty close. So, Kat, you trapped this poor fellow.
Oh, do you want to know like the secrets to trapping?
Sure, why not?
Okay, let's get into it. All right.
Let's get into it.
All right. So the first thing that I did was he had a roommate. So we were already dating, whatever. Oh, no. Let's go back. To get him to say he was my boyfriend and exclusive with me, because you kind of got to do that before you get them to marry you, right? They have to at least
generically, yes.
Yeah, so you got to do that first. So in order to trick him to do that,
what kind of time period? Are we talking like this? Like a year? Is this like 2 years?
We were married in a year, so
you were married in a year.
Yeah, so it's a couple months. You got to
he ignored you for like 3 months.
Yeah, so if we take the 3 months out,
the
okay. Rest would be
3 months. 3 months. All right. 3 months are out. Okay,
yeah.
Gotcha.
So, anyways, I had to get him to be my boyfriend. So, in order to do that, of course, I'm super wonderful, clearly. But then he called me.
Yeah. Okay.
Look,
okay.
I'm nice and fun. Anyways, so then I messaged him. I text messaged him. I'm like, it's been really nice getting to know you, but I'm really looking for something more serious. I hope you find what you're looking for. And I wish you well. I texted him this. I didn't know this at the time, but it was during one of his final exams or something.
You freaked the man out during the final exam? What is wrong with you?
Yeah. So
That's nuts, Kat.
it was a
You're
flip phone.
Terrorist, Kat. That's a terrorist thing to do.
Yeah. And I had to put like
Was it on a flip phone?
No, it was like you every letter, like you had to put 3 times for
Tap
every
talk?
letter.
Was it Tap and Talk? Oh,
I have no
love
idea.
Tap and Talk. That's so funny.
Anyways, so he ran out of the test. And then
ran out?
Yeah, he ran out of the test. And then he called me and he's like, "Well, I actually told all my friends that you're my girlfriend." And then I'm like, "Well, you didn't tell me that." And then I'm like, "Okay, well then fine."
That's actually that's a solid point. That's a solid point.
Yeah. So yeah, I have no problem with sending you have to look, if you want something, you got to go all in, right? And maybe sometimes you lose everything, but you have to go all in life. Go all in on what you want. And this is what I wanted. So I put all the cards on the table, and maybe I would have lost everything right then and there, but I had to do it. I'm not going to do another 3-year relationship with someone dangling, "Oh, make this much or do that." No, I wasn't going to do that anymore.
How old were you at this point?
I don't know. I think I was legal.
27, 28?
No, like 21, 22, something like that.
21, 22.
Yeah. So anyways, now we're dating. We're settled. Then his lease was going to be up with his roommate, right? And I'm like, okay, step number 2, his lease is up. So then I tell him that I'm fighting with my dad. Like, get ready, guys. No, shh. Everybody lies, Grid. Stop. You're a grown up.
You lied?
For the greater good.
For the
Look, for the greater good. Okay. So this is look, I'm sorry. If you're going to be a pickup artist, pick up a good person to marry by any means necessary.
This is real pickup artist shit right here.
I know.
I lied.
Yeah, anyways, so I said, I'm fighting with my dad. Things are really bad. I can't live there anymore. I'm going to have to go move with my mom in Georgia. So I won't be able to see you anymore. I'm sad about that, but I can't do it. And then I hang up on him but anyways, I have to go. I have to do some stuff. I'm just letting you know, things are really bad, right? Hang up on him and I wait. Because I know.
Was up when?
In a few weeks.
I see.
Okay. So then I wait. He calls me right
Guys,
back.
Later there'll be a free Cat's husband collection. I encourage everyone to give what you can. The man's obviously traumatized, been in a terrorist situation for a long time. This is what terrorism looks like, folks.
Yes,
this is what
yes.
terrorism looks like.
Anyways, so I told him that I was going to move with my mom, and basically he went into a panic because he was like, "Oh, I really like this girl. This is my girlfriend, blah, blah, blah. I'm going to lose her."
And you were not sleeping with him at this point?
No, not at this point. But remember, I'm very cute.
Yes, you keep saying that you're very cute. I understand.
21-year-old me was very cute. He was very cute too. I'm not gonna lie. He was not bad to look at. He's a very cute boy. He could do very well for himself, but he was too busy to be going out there anyways. So
you corrected that. You made it so he couldn't go out there.
Well, he was busy. He had to take me out. Anyways, so I scare him. I tell him that I'm gonna go move to Georgia with my mom. Hang up the phone. I wait. And then he calls me back and he's like, I know it's too soon. I know, this and that, whatever. But my lease is up and I was thinking maybe you could move in with me. And I know you don't want to live with someone before you're married, whatever. But I have a feeling that we'll be married before the end of the year. If you just give me this chance, like, whatever. And then I'm like, look, I said, let me think about it.
That is the most game shit I've ever heard in my life. This is like 4D chess, folks. This is fucking game on top of game on top of game.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, you have met your match.
Anyway, so let me finish. So then,
oh wait, there's more.
Yeah, of course. It's not done yet. All right. Oh, there's so much more. It's good, but you need to write it down so you can redo it. Anyways, so then I said, okay, let me think about it. Let me talk to my dad, blah, blah, blah. And then like I made him come talk to my dad about it. And then he explained, look, we're
when
probably
was the credit check run?
Before this, like when he said,
so you already had all of the paperwork.
Yeah,
done.
yeah. The paperwork was done.
Loan application was approved.
Yeah, everything was approved. Yeah, we fixed his credit and everything, made sure it was good. Anyways, and then so comes in, talks to my dad, blah, 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 blah. My dad's in on it. He knows. He's like, okay, yeah. All right. Anyways, so then I tell him, look, by the end of the lease, if we're not already married, not engaged, married, then that's it. We break up. We never talk again. And then he's like, absolutely. I'm 100% sure that's not going to happen. We're going to be fine. And I'm like, okay. So we move in together. His parents come to visit, not to his apartment, but they would meet us to go have dinner, right? It's the first time I'm meeting them here, whatever. So I meet his mom.
You were very cute.
Yeah.
You dressed
cute.
appropriately.
Yes. I'm a cute little girl. His parents were super religious. His father's a pastor. They liked me. His mom pulls me aside. She talks to me. Her main question is, are you sure you're not Muslim? And I'm like, how many times do I have to tell you I am not Muslim? And then she's like, okay. And then she goes to me, pulls me aside. She's like, do you want to marry? Do you want to get married? And I'm like, yes, of course. And then she's like, when? And I'm like, as soon as possible, as soon as I can make it work. And then she's like, and you want to marry my son? And I'm like, yes, I want to marry your son. But he has to ask me. And then she goes, but you're sure? And I'm like, yes. And then she's like, I'll handle it, sweetie.
He was ganged up on by two women. Two women. This poor lad. He had no chance. He had no chance.
Yep.
This man's been a victim. He's been a victim, guys.
Yeah. So anyways, so his mom knows about this. She doesn't know that we've moved in though, right?
Oh.
Yeah, and that's
Web
completely
of lies.
I know. So she doesn't know that. But then I think one of the sisters spills it to the mom. And then the mom calls us, maybe like a week or two of us living together. He's like, you're living with Kat? And then he's like, how do you know? And it's like, but are you? And then he's like, yeah. And he's like, so you're going to get married? And then he's like, well, I need to save money and stuff like that. Like I have to get like a ring and we have to afford a wedding and stuff like that. And then she's like, I will write you a check for this amount if I get a marriage certificate in the mail.
You paid?
She paid.
Oh, your mom, his mom paid. Gentlemen, this is what we're up against. This is the enemy that we face. Kat played this man.
Mm-hmm. All right. So now we need a ring, right?
Yeah. Now you need a ring.
Now I need a ring. And I'm like,
and are you actually living together at this point, or you're just about to move in together?
I don't know the dates exactly if we had moved in or not yet, or maybe we signed the lease and didn't move in, but it doesn't matter. It was pretty much around the same time. And then one of my friends gets engaged and I'm like, oh, that's a really nice ring. And she's like, yeah, it was like $2,000 because, you know, they're young kids. None of them have graduated and gotten jobs yet. And I'm like, oh, that doesn't seem too bad. So I call my husband. I'm like, oh, my friend has a ring. It looks really cute. It's only $2,000. And he's like, what? $2,000? And I'm like, yeah, and it's fine. Who cares? Let's just get whatever. And then he's like, oh, I thought it was going to be like 60,000 or whatever, like some crazy number.
Well, you're
Because,
Miami, so.
yeah. And he thought like I was one of those girls that was going to need. I'm like, no. We're just going to get a ring, like whatever ring, like who cares? Ring, just get it. And then he's like, oh, okay, in that case. And then at the end of the day, I bought him his ring and it cost more than mine, which is fine because who cares? But at the end of the day, I got what I wanted.
And then he managed to get what he actually wanted.
He didn't know what he wanted. He needed to be told. What?
Disavow.
Whatever. Look, in his mind, he convinced me every step of the way. And have
you had a conversation with him about this since?
Oh my God, 100 times. The first time
you tell him I
yes.
trapped you. You are my bitch.
Not like that, but I told him all the things and he's like, wow, you're so smart. And then he was just like, I didn't know like what I had, but like, you know, I'm very happy that you are that smart and whatever. So, I mean, he's happy. And I remember telling like one of our girlfriends, she was trying to get married. I'm like, well, this is what I did. And that's when he heard the story for the first time. And he's like, you did what? You were not fighting with your dad? You were not going to.
Oh, that's cool. So, you know, this is why cats are evil, by the way. Constantine's right. 1 foot in. Steve Sandman. The prize is the man and not the ring. That is accurate. The rings are irrelevant. I actually, I have a funny story about that. So when my wife and I got married, I was, I have always been, up until very recently, very frugal. I'm actually known for being frugal. I actually, it didn't matter what I could afford, what I was willing to spend was an entirely different matter. And so when we got married, you know, the Chinese really don't do wedding rings. She didn't care anything about the ring. But I'm like, yeah, you know, it's an American thing. You gotta have a ring. You know, if you don't have the ring, everyone's gonna make fun of you, right? That's fucking funny. This has got to go up. Steve Salmon, thanks for the $2. I want to have you on the show. So the mods, when we reach out to you, hopefully soon we'll get that set up. I like cats. My ex took mine. Zing. Anyway, so my wife didn't even care anything about a ring, but I knew we had to have one. So we went to like Zales or something, like a mall jewelry store. I think I paid like $1,500 or something for like this tiny little diamond ring. And that was it. That's all. And for the longest time, that was sufficient. And then and then I realized that, and then along the way, I learned a lot about precious stones and, I had, I had, and we were in Bermuda. Was it Bermuda? We were in the Bahamas. I bought a ruby that was actually like really expensive, like a really expensive ring. And she wore that for a while, which was, she got a lot of comments on the ruby ring because first of all, people aren't used to seeing anything other than diamond. And it was really an awesome ruby. And then she wore a sapphire ring for a little while as well, because wedding rings kind of irrelevant, especially, you know, like I said, Chinese culture, they don't care. I had a platinum ring Yeah, I still have it somewhere. It's great. I've changed ring, and then it got too beat up because I work on vehicles all day. I work with machinery. I weld. I do silly man things, and so the platinum ring kind of got beat up. So I switched to a tungsten carbide ring. I had that forever, probably 15, 16 years, 17 years, and you can't resize those. And so it just finally got a little too tight. So I ended up not being able to wear it. And now I actually have one that's made out of meteorite that literally, I bet it didn't cost $100. Because why? Now, my wife, on the other hand, has a massive diamond now, yellow diamond now. Massive. I have no idea how much I paid for it. I don't want to know. It makes her happy. She likes it. And the only reason I think she bought it is because literally all the women in her office have massive diamond wedding rings if they're married. And all of the men who work in her office, all their wives have massive diamond wedding rings. So it's kind of like a thing. Rubies are, in fact, this is accurate. Rubies are, in fact, way more rare and more valuable than diamonds. Only diamonds are crap stones. Nobody cares. And diamonds suck. I don't like diamonds much, even though it is my birthstone. But, yeah, whatever. Yes, I actually wear a meteorite wedding ring now. I considered one of the silicone wedding rings for a while, but that just seems crappy. I didn't like that. So yeah. And so it's interesting. Very interesting. If I had it to do over again, I probably would have done a lab grown diamond because it's so hard to tell. Matter of fact, normal people cannot tell. And it's just stupid anyway. I just wouldn't do it. It was a mistake in my past to get so fixated on them. But I'm glad that you got a nice wedding ring, and then yeah. Very nice.
and I did want to say, because a throaty said a 2,000 wedding ring when you're a college student.
She paid for it.
No, his mom gave him.
Or his mom paid for it.
His mom gave him enough money for the ring, for the wedding.
So what was your wedding like? This is going to be interesting. Was it a big wedding, church?
85 people. His dad was a pastor, whatever. He did the ceremony. And yeah, I mean, maybe 5,000 all in with my clothes and everything. It was like,
That sounds like when I got married. So again, in China, you basically just get married, right? Like it's not a big deal. Like it can be a big deal. It's not, for most people, it's just not a big deal. So, but my wife had at that point had gotten into the idea of having this wedding. So, but again, I'm very frugal. She's a student, right? Like none of her, like they have money, but they don't have that much money. So all of her friends, none of her friends are expecting like anything like super nice. Most of her friends don't even have cars, right? Like they're exchange students, or not exchange, but they're foreign students. So I had so my wife had we got married in it was a pretty cool building, but it was like so cheap to rent. I couldn't even believe it. Like when she told me, I was like, really? That's all? But anyway, and the pastor was like a friend of the a friend of the church that she went to or something like that. So that was fine. And it was just like I don't know that we spent more than like $2,000 or $3,000 getting married. And she had a really nice dress, which we still have. I had a really nice suit, which I still have, shockingly. And, I think like and we did the reception at we didn't even have a real reception. We just went to like one of her friends' parents' restaurants and had food. You know, it was really great. It was really and it was just a friend of I think it was the boyfriend of one of her friends that did all the pictures. And and I don't understand why people spend so much money getting married. I don't understand it at all. Unless you literally have like 100 people that you personally know. I can't get into it. And we started off our life together with no debt. Like we didn't know, like we paid cash for the wedding, everything. And I find it really interesting how many people go so deep into debt because, you know, like in theory, the wife's family is supposed to pay for it. But in modern day, I mean, a lot of times they can't, right? But they still want all of this, you know, all of this fanfare. So I really don't get it. I can't get into it. I ought to do a show on that. We ought to prep like a whole show on the ridiculousness of exotic, expensive ass weddings. Like I have a friend of mine who flew like, I want to say like 20 or 30 people to fucking Hawaii to get married. They were there like a week. It was like 7 or 8 days. They had to do the rehearsal there. They had to do the dinner there. They had the bridal shower thing. They had everything there. I'm like, this is the most fucked thing I've ever heard in my life. This is literally like one of those $100,000 weddings for nothing. Like it's nothing. So anyway, it's very interesting to me. And it's interesting that you had a very similar experience to my actual wedding. And to be honest with you, my wife used to joke that she kind of trapped me, not in the way that you did. You were like,
you don't know. She could.
You were purposeful. My wife was more like, my wife was more like, you know, she, I don't know. Well, I don't know that I can really speak for her on this. I don't want to speak for her on this. In my mind, you know, I was ready to get married, and she absolutely thought she was ready to get married. So, but she was much younger. Max K, that's awesome, man. I don't know. Yeah. Same drive-through chapel. Vegas, baby. Vegas. Yeah. That's interesting, though. I find that very interesting. I feel, you know, apparently you have a great marriage, which is great. And you were successful in indoctrinating your victim to your way of thinking. And which is, you know, the goal of terrorists, you know, is to
but as you can notice, I did not trap him by getting pregnant or some other degenerate stuff.
That's actually
does not work.
I wasn't going to mention that. I wasn't going to, you know, I would not be as crass as to say such a thing, but yes, that and it's, I don't know that it's as common as it used to be. But it's still actually, I think, fairly common for women to fake pregnancies and all of that sort of thing to trap unwilling men into being married. And I'm not really sure the mentality behind that. Like
I can tell you an example. I got one.
Sure. You've got one? Go with it. Roll.
Okay, so one of my mom's friends from when they were little in the neighborhood, she got pregnant with her boyfriend. They got married. The baby unfortunately didn't make it, so they got divorced or whatever. Then she gets another boyfriend, gets pregnant again, has a baby. They get married, and then, she cheated on him with somebody else, got pregnant, had another baby, left him for like the third guy. Anyways, so at the end, the last husband she got was a pretty decent guy and accepted her child from her previous whatever. But then the daughter, the firstborn daughter, said, okay, I'm going to do the same thing my mom did. Date a guy who's really high value and get pregnant and then make him marry me. But the thing is, that doesn't work. Doesn't work anymore, at least, because he's like a big time guy. Like, I don't want to say who he is, but he's like a big time guy. And he would not accept that. When she got pregnant, he's like, I don't want any kids. No, whatever. And then she's like, well, trying to force him to like marry her. He's like, I'm not going to marry you. This is not what I wanted. We were just casually dating. I thought you were on the birth control pill, blah, 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 blah. And then she says, oh, she's trying to trap him to get child support and all this stuff. And he's like, you can try that, but I'm contract, so I can make it look like I have nothing. She'll get nothing, and I won't have anything to do with this child. So he threatened her. So she ended up with no child support, having to play nice, so he even visits his kid. She's still single.
Miami's a hell of a drug.
They don't live in Miami.
Oh, they don't live in Miami.
No, they're in Georgia.
That makes it worse.
Another state.
Another state. Georgia?
Yeah, not a rapper or an actor, but somebody who people would know. But I won't say more.
That's okay. That's very interesting. I have not I've not had that experience. I'm fortunate. I'm very fortunate. I did actually have a girl when I was in college, and I actually was dating this girl from the from Trevecca, which is a Nazarene school. And this was one of those where I was like, it's not somebody I would normally I would not have normally dated her. She was a little too clingy, a little too everything. But she was nice, and I kind of let my guard down for like a half a second. And I remember she called me one night, and she's like, she's doing the whole crying thing, like, oh, hey, I think I might be pregnant. I'm like, really? It's very interesting. And she's like, yeah, I think so. And I'm like, okay. Well, what do you want to do about it? Okay, well, good. Then get test. Okay, great. So we did the test, negative. She did another test, negative. Did another test, negative. And then she actually tried once again to try and I don't know if she was actually trying to trap me or if she was just mega clingy. But I was like, I no, no. And I kind of lost track of her after that. And on purpose. I lost track of her on purpose because, and it was just one of those things where I was like, it felt weird. The whole thing felt weird. Like the whole deal was very strange. And, just, it wasn't, it just wasn't something that was like, honestly, in my mind, it was like not even a remote chance that she was, because of precautions. But she wanted to be so bad. Like, and that's actually was the biggest red flag, was like, she was really like mad when it didn't come up positive. And I had, so I don't know whether that was like hormones or desperation or whatever. But yeah, I definitely I learned a good lesson. Because women are crazy, psycho. They're all psycho. So, yeah. I don't look a day over 40. I'm 53, bro. I'm old. I'm old as fuck. So, and I've had friends of mine who, they've had, actually, I had something really similar to what happened to Walter happen where, so I had a friend of mine, and when I was in college, you just kind of go through a string of useless jobs, right? You just whatever to make money, right? And then of course, an endless string, at least in my area, an endless string of roommates and houses and apartments and all of that. Because things happen. So I was renting a room from a guy. This is going to be a lot of crazy in one episode. So just buckle in, bear with me. It's going to be kind of interesting. So the guy who owned the house was a man-ho. He was a firefighter, and he spent all of his off time, which is significant for firefighters, banging chicks. He was a literal horn dog. I kid you not when I tell you that I have seen him bang a girl at a party the night before. She would leave, and between whenever that girl left at 10:30, 11, whatever it was at night, and the next morning, he would have another chick. I'm just telling you, it's the way it was. And it wasn't that we were all horn dogs in the house. Was kind of a running theme. Just saying. And so the guy who owned the house, he was just terrible. I mean, he was just terrible. And I called him out on it all the time. As degenerate as I was, I would call him out. I was like, dude, like, this is nuts, man. You're off the chain. And I remember, so while I lived there, all this was going on. I had been dating like one girl. I broke up with her, kind of tried to make it's not really a breakup. We're space time continuum thing. We're still going to kind of see each other, not going to see each other, whatever the fuck it was. And I said, yeah, fuck that. Go away. Leave me alone. I don't want to talk to you anymore. And somewhere in there, I ended up, the other roommate, there were two roommates and the guy who owned the place. The other roommate, he was a Army guy, and he was in college, and he was an idiot. I mean, this guy was a complete fucking idiot. Like I normally don't go that far with men, usually, that don't deserve it, but this guy's a complete fucking idiot. He had a wife and a child. His wife had caught him cheating on her and kicked his ass out. That's why he had to get a room in the degenerates house, in the degen house. We're just gonna call this a degen house. All right. We just call it degen house. It's a degen house. The girl he was banging was in the National Guard with him. She was married and she had a kid, and she was cheating with this dude. There was so much degeneracy in this house. I told you to buckle in. You didn't believe me. Tighten it down, because it gets rough here in just a minute. So I am like the least degen person. I have one girlfriend at a time, and that's it. And I never brought them to the house. Never, because honestly, the horn dog that owned the house, he was literally, it didn't matter if it was your girlfriend, his friend's girlfriend, the guy next door's girlfriend, didn't fucking matter. He's there to get into it. You know, I mean, I'm telling you, this guy was like seriously degenerate. He ran for mayor last year, by the way. No shit. He actually ran for mayor. He's still in this area. And so I have a girlfriend. I break up with a girlfriend. I date a couple of girls, nothing big. Somehow the army guy who's having trouble with his wife, I don't know if he was like almost trying to work it out with his wife or he had actually found another girlfriend as well. But the National Guard girl comes to town on whatever, like training or whatever. And her plan is to sleep with this dude. But he won't sleep with her because he's got his wife and another girlfriend. So he's like, okay, I gotta cut something off and you're it. She then makes passes at me all fucking night. I'm only human. Okay. I'm just gonna say I'm only human. I end up taking her back to because nobody else is even like downstairs at this point. Everybody's upstairs fucking. And I'm the only person left downstairs. I end up taking her back to the barracks where I end up spending the night in the National Guard female barracks with this girl that I've only known for like 8 hours, 10 hours. I was a DJ. I'm sorry. I was. Who is cheating not only on her husband, but on her boyfriend. And I'm like, this is bad. This is like really bad. This is bad. And it was the craziest thing ever. I somehow did not get in trouble. I somehow did not get caught in the female barracks at the National Guard place over here. No idea. I have no idea how I didn't get completely fucked up. And I'm like, all right, so I'm out. I'm bailing on this. Like, this is too much. This is crazy. A few days later, I find out that now that the National Guard girl and the Army guy, they've completely broken up. She's calling me like nonstop. She has a husband and a kid. I'm like, why are you calling me? Stop calling me. I had a moment of weakness. I'm only human. I had a moment of weakness. That's it. Done. I'm done. Best stream and text chat you've had since I started watching. Thanks for the live, bro. Hey, dude, cool, man. My degeneracy, it can be entertaining. I'm kind of like regretting this whole thing, right? Like, because at the time I wasn't really dating anybody, but I was, I'm interested in a couple of girls, and I kind of wanted to like me, at least a little bit, like this much. I needed them to like me this much. And I'm like, don't talk to me, all that. She still talks. She still calls, all that stuff, all that shit. I'm starting to think this is a mistake living here, right? Like I've made a critical error in decision making. Now, part of the other problem was that they had the guy who owned the house, he had a band, and I did the sound engineering for him. So like I did all of I did the mixer board for him when they played. And so I was constantly around all of the girls that he was around. And I never really said anything to them about what a degenerate this guy was, about what a horn dog he was. So I kind of felt bad about that. So I kind of like, I'm second guessing this whole deal. Right. And I have a girl over that I was actually interested in. And the dude made a pass at the girl in the pool while I was sitting. I'm in the pool. We're in the pool together, and dude makes a pass at her right in front of me. I'm like, huh, this is fucked up. This is some fucked up shit. This is way fucked up. And it just devolved from there. I ended up moving out, and the guy the guy who owned the place, he had a long time girlfriend who kind of knew that he cheated on her, but didn't really, wasn't fully aware. And I don't know what happened, but that all blew apart right after I moved out, and I got blamed for it, for being apparently I told everybody everything. I didn't tell anybody anything. But it was a crazy degenerate time. And there's way more stuff. Like it was absolutely nuts. It was without a doubt the most rock star thing I've ever personally experienced. Well, maybe not, but it was close. But everybody's cheating on everybody. I'm the only actual single person in the house. I'm the only person. It's like, I'm not attached to anybody. Nobody, I don't owe anybody any faithfulness or anything like that. Everybody else has a girlfriend or a wife somewhere. I'm like, and they're all fucking each other. It's the craziest thing ever. I was like, this is nuts. This is how degenerate people can be. This is literally how bad it can be. And I only had that one bad deal, and I don't know how I honestly do not know how it didn't go sideways 8 different ways. I am absolutely shocked the girl didn't come up pregnant. I have no idea how I got in and out of the female barracks without getting caught and like fucking arrested or some shit. It was just absolutely crazy. It was nuts. So, and apparently I think the National Guard girl was trying to get pregnant by the Army guy in the middle of his divorce so that he would have to leave his wife and move in with her. Is that not insane thinking? It's crazy. It's crazy. It's just nuts. And I got a lot. I mean, there's a ton of shit like that. I mean, it's been pretty fucking radical. And that was just one. That was like a 3-month episode. We got years of stuff that I don't normally talk about because it's degenerate. But I mean, it was crazy, man. I can't give you the guy's name, but he actually ran for mayor. Like, what's really funny is I opened up the paper last year and I'm like, who the fuck is he really running for mayor? No shit. Like, this isn't going to work because there's like 100 women out there that'd be like, I fucked that dude. Well, maybe they can't say anything because they're probably all married, but I'm not kidding, man. It was literally like, it was nuts. And I mean, and everybody was off their damn rocker. I moved out because I couldn't take it. I could not. I was like, there's only so much degeneracy I could take. You okay, Kat? You got your cat stretch. That was very cat-like. Very cat-like. Are you gonna like start washing yourself or next or anything like that?
No, but I gotta go to bed. It's gonna be 1.
Kat doesn't have any degen stories.
My degen story was what I told you guys. Trap them.
That's it. Yeah.
Trap them good.
No, I mean it. Yeah, it was Grid 304. Hey, look, I'm very, very honest about. Once I turned. So once I turned about, I was probably at 23, and I wasn't married. I didn't really, there wasn't anybody I really wanted to marry. At that point, it was just physical relationships, period. I had a completely different mindset back then. And part of that is that I needed to build something myself. So, I bet Glenn Lawrence has some degen stories. He's got that guy's probably got like amazing ones. I can't really get into some of mine because first of all, they're really unbelievable. And second, my wife might be listening. So can't get into too many of them. Yeah, that's what's up. So Kat tomorrow we're going to do a chill stream. We're going to probably do a panel. So you probably ought to sleep more tomorrow, so you can stay up a little later. We're going to have a great
With who?
I have a great show tomorrow night. I think we are going to do a panel tomorrow night.
What time? Same time?
Yeah, it's always the same time, Kat.
I don't know. What day is it? I don't know.
What day is it? It is Friday, Kat.
All right. Well,
tomorrow is Saturday.
So you guys have fun.
It's a calendar function on your phone. It works great. Big Ghost 1978 for $5 sends in. My biggest DGen moment is sleeping with a daughter the first night and the mother the second night. I don't know if it's DGen exactly, but it's making Cat run away. Cat's like, I'm out. This is scary now. This is all right. Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, that I never did that. That's pretty DGen. But I'm not. But seriously, I'm not going to get into. I can't get into some of the stuff that I did. That's kind of the way I started out, and then I didn't get married. So my first fiance, her mom passed. Her mom had always remembered me and had a affinity for me, and when her mom passed, she just went fucking nuts. Only way to say it. And she did. I honestly thought it was going to be like, she was going to be a little upset for a little while and then everything would be great again. But no, she never really saw me in the same light again. And we ended up parting ways, and that was fine. The second time was kind of a similar thing, except in that case, I'd been dating this girl for a while. We were in the first portion of talking about getting married. We just hadn't really gone down and bought the ring, made it official and all that kind of stuff. But we were talking about wedding dates and all this. We were saying we were engaged and all that. Been living together, and we are actually, I thought we were in a really good place. And then she flipped a car over on the highway, and she thought she was going to die. And I mean, she walked away without a scratch. She had a little bruise on her hip. That was it. But it freaked her out. And I don't know. She just never really like, I think it took her like 3 years really to kind of recover from that deal. And she basically, we just basically said, yeah, we're done. That was it. So that was pre-DGen, by the way. So yeah, it's but yeah, it was no, I did DGen shit for a while, man. I don't lie about it. I don't cover it up. It is what it is. I don't see any reason to lie about it and I'm not proud of it either. I will be 100%, pardon me. I'll be 100% honest about it. And there's no point in talking, there's no point in lying about it or talking past it or anything like that. It just is what it is. Looking back on it, there are certain things I would have changed, but unfortunately you can't can't change it, you know. And you know, I was who I was, and I am who I am, and that's the end of the day. That's all it is. That's all there is. So there's no reason to no reason to get, you know, like too bent out of shape about it. I don't really. I honestly, I never really even think about it anymore. It's just something that happened, and you know, that's it. That's all there is to it. So. Yeah, that's a real thing. I feel for you there, brother. I that's a very real thing. You know, women are so good at cheating that, you know, like this girl, the girl I was talking about, the army girl or the National Guard girl, um, you know, like her, I don't think her husband ever knew about any of it. And if he did, I have no idea why he would stay with her. Um, because she was like really, really bad. Um, yes, I am a native Tennessean. I was actually born, uh, I I actually was born in the county in which I live now. I have come back to Tennessee multiple times. Every time I move away, I just move right back. I really enjoy it here, and I really love it. I do not have much of a Southern accent unless I start getting really pissed off or if I'm trying to be very funny, and then it really comes out. Um, Yeah, I kind of fall into that, right? Like there was a point in my life where I didn't think I was ever going to get married. I didn't my marriage was not my goal. It wasn't part of my future. And the and at the end of the day, I I did some degen shit, man. And I, you know, like and I had some, you know, and you know, my only saving grace is I was exceedingly careful to never, if I could, you know, if I even thought that I was dating a good girl with like a low body count, which we didn't think about then, I just couldn't even like talk to him for very long. So, um, yeah, and married women are the worst about cheating, honestly. So, fortunately, as far as I know, I only ever had relations with that one uh married woman, um, as far as I know. There could have been others. I don't know. You know, women are very good at hiding things. Um, but yeah, I can't get. I'm not going to get into the to too much more tonight. I shouldn't have even. Probably shouldn't have even told the story I told. But you know, it was just so. It was so opposite of the way it went. I mean, so you know, it's like I'm not going to get into it. Yeah, it was pretty good. I mean, at the end of the day, what do I benefit by lying, right? Like it's not, you know, I'm not proud of it, but I'm not I'm not ashamed of anything that I've done. I was, you know, I'll freely admit that I was degenerate for a long time, but I kind of came to my senses and you know, I married a wonderful woman, so that's all there is to it. Born and raised in Tennessee, never left, and I'm in the Mule Town. If you know, you know. The Mule Town. I've heard of that. I can't. I'm tired. It's not going to pop in place. I'm out. So I'm south of Nashville, and so I go through like Shelbyville all the time. I have houses in various places. I put my houses up before and talked about them in the stream when we talk about money. I don't think I'm going to talk about money tonight. I really would in general, I would right about now that Kat has left and I don't have to worry about her eyes glazing over when I talk about money. Probably not going to talk about money tonight. Numismatics is south of me. Yeah, that's funny, Glenn. Glenn is fucking hilarious. I have not done that exactly, but I've been a bad man many times. I'm not, I mean, and hey, guys, understand that for a long time, one of the reasons I am the way I am is for a long time, I knew I was not a good person. I told people, and I still tell people, I am not, well, first of all, I'm not a nice person. I can be pleasant. I can be accommodating. I can be kind. I'm not nice. It takes everything, every moment of the day. It takes every little bit, every tiny little bit of my being to be nice to people throughout the day. And I know that about myself. I'm very clear. I hope I'm clear with everybody all the time. I'm not a nice person. Don't expect niceness from me. Don't really even expect kindness from me. I try to be. I work at it hard every single day. But I'm not nice. And I'm mean. I'm predisposed to not being a very good person. And so I fight it every moment of the day. Every minute I'm awake, you know. But I don't bother to lie because there's no point to it. You know, it's easier. It's too much effort to lie. So why would I do that? But I don't understand why. I don't understand why people pretend to be either nice or good when they're not. I'm not a particularly good person. I do the best I can every moment of the day to be good. But I never said I was a good person. I never say I'm a good person. I am not a good person. I do the best I can. That's all I can do. I fall short all the time. I'm not a good person. You know, on the other side of that, I'm not cruel. I'm not angry. I just lack a whole sympathy or empathy in any great amount. Yeah. At the end of the day, you know, a lot of things I do is in self-interest, right? So I help people a lot, and they think that means that I'm kind and that I'm somehow good and decent and all of these things. It's not necessarily. I mean, obviously it kind of is, but if I help somebody, generally it's because it doesn't actually cost me anything. I have a whole philosophy about how it doesn't really cost you anything to be kind, but being unkind can cost you everything, right? Like you never know who you're in front of, right? You like, and I have this happen to me all the time. I walk around in Walmart t-shirts all the time. I don't drive a particularly flashy car. I normally drive a truck, actually. You know, half the time I look like, you know, a guy that doesn't have a whole lot in the world. And I have people treat me like that often, a lot of times. And I actually, you know, pay attention to that sort of thing. And I tell people all the time, what does it hurt you to be kind? If you can help somebody, help them. If you can because it probably helps you in some way as well. But if it doesn't cost you anything to be kind, be kind. If it costs, if it really costs you something, then okay, you have to think about it, right? But if it doesn't cost you anything to be kind, be kind. Or it costs you very little, right? So if it costs you, I don't know, if it costs you just being a little bit less of an asshole, right? That's not much. If it costs you 10 minutes of your time, fine. But if you're unkind to people, it can cost you everything. So, and that's just what philosophy I live by. So I've missed out on a bunch of chats. You guys have been great tonight, honestly. I didn't want to say this while Kat was here, but I had a couple of preachers' daughters. Stochastic Decay, good night, man. Have a great rest of your evening. If you make it over to Speakeasy, I don't know if I'm going to make it to Speakeasies. I'm actually feeling pretty good about kind of shutting the show down a little early and heading over there for a couple of minutes, but I didn't. I got to scroll up and find the link again. Where did that go? So. But yeah, it's been a great stream tonight, to be honest. Let's see. Where's somebody posted that link to Speakeasy? By the way, guys, you guys don't know this, but if you are if you come into the my podcast and I put you up on stage and you're honest and you do the right thing, and you have a channel, the mods are gonna put your stuff in the chat, especially if you're here. If you come in and you have a channel and you've been up on like Viking Paradigm and Glenn and all these guys, they've all have channels. They've all been nice enough to come on the show. So when they come in, the mods are going to put them up there. And if you guys don't mind, if you haven't already, go check them out and see what they do. Follow them, watch their stuff. Most of these guys are really pretty good entertainment. And you need to we all need to support each other, right? So and they've supported me, so go support them if you haven't already. And like I said, it doesn't really it doesn't hurt you, right? So it'll be good. I can't find the link to Speakeasy's thing. I can go get it from him if I need it, but somebody maybe has it handy. Yep. And Glenn's after. I don't think I'll make Glenn's after hour stream. I'm still pretty tired, and I'm kind of catching up. Yeah, I'm not a good person, guys. I'm very flawed. I'm super flawed. Like I would somebody give me Speakeasy's channel. I want to raid Speakeasy. He's a great guy, and he's pretty fucking funny too. Evan O'Brien, I'm down to talk anytime. Just reach out on what Speakeasy's link? I don't see it. Where's it at? Is this the after hours link? All right, got it. See if I can all right. Problem is I don't know if StreamYard is going to let me so let me exit out of here. Guys, I'm glad you guys enjoyed the episode tonight. I was actually, I didn't have anything planned for tonight. I was supposed to be in Nebraska. I was supposed to be shooting all day, and we would have talked about the match all night and had a great time. But unfortunately, that didn't happen. So Yeah, my camera is out of focus now. I don't know why. It just kind of happened. But it's okay. I'm going to raid you guys over to Speakeasy. Let me find his damn channel. Yeah, you guys also Mr. Boulay, which is the Department of Numismatics. I don't know. I only get that right about half the time. He's a good guy as well. He has been on the stream, and he's super cool. And you should watch his stuff because he talks a lot about money and retirement. And actually, we're going to have him on at some point. We're going to have him back probably Tuesday. I would guess probably be about right. And so we're going to have him. We're going to have him on. He's going to do really good stuff. Let me get. I'm going to set us up on a raid for Speakeasy momentarily. And yeah, there we go. Sorry about the dead air, guys. I'm just trying to get this set up so we can raid him. Gonna raid him. Gotta go here. While I set this up. I think it's here where I gotta go. All right. Let's see. All right, guys. I'm sorry. I'm blowing this up. Hopefully you guys are talking in the chat. Hopefully you guys are talking in the chat. I can't see it right now because I'm doing all the cool stuff right now. Who's got a really bad dad joke? That's right. Yeah, do the really bad dad joke. I like that. You guys should definitely do that. All right, let's see. I really got to get over this cough. It's just kind of hanging around. It's got to go. There we go. All right, let's see. Let's go up here. Let's go here. All right. All right. Who's got a good dad joke? I didn't hear any yet. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. All right. Sorry, guys. I'm really like messing up here. I don't know why. There you go. Got it. All right. Got him. There we go. All right, guys. I think I got it set. You guys have a great rest of your night. I may run over to Speakeasies myself. I'm going to redirect you guys over there. You guys have a great rest of your evening. I really enjoyed tonight. It was good. It's a little shorter than a normal show, but I'm not going to talk about money tonight. I just don't have anything prepared. So you guys have a great rest of your night, and I'm going to go ahead and end the stream now. Hopefully, this sends you right over to Speakeasy. Night, guys.